Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon, the shades of blue darkening in the sky, and perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight. When the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1 before we relax into the story. And I'm sure that you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. Saying again to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5 deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, You don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Four. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed. Two. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep, just like toppling the first domino, and the rest takes care of itself. One. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes you can listen to as much or as little of the story as you like, as you drift asleep whenever feels right for you. And in this bedtime story, the woman finds herself on an unusual planet, and she's walking through a meadow on this planet. And as she gazes up into the sky, she can see a dim red sun and the faint shadow of a small moon, just taking a gentle bite out of the corner of that sun. And the sky having a delicate red hue. The most gentle breeze wafting through that meadow. And an unusual feature of this meadow is that all of the flowers just seem so dry that in that slight breeze they rustle softly, like rustling bits of paper together. And there's the distant sound of birdsong. And those flowers in the meadow, the pastel-y colours, set against that vibrant sky. And she walks through this meadow. And as she walks, she can see some trees off in the distance, the sign of a small wood and she can see beyond those trees the tall hills, not tall enough to be mountains, but just gently undulating hills. And standing above the hills, are low, white, puffy clouds. Sliding softly along the horizon as that moon carefully inches its way along in front of that sun, while she continues walking absent-mindedly, just fully absorbed in the experience of the moment through this meadow of dried flowers, not really giving any thought to anything else. And while walking, so the moon eventually enters the full circle of the sun, and very, very slowly that sun continues travelling across the sky, working its way gently towards the horizon. And as it gets closer and closer to the horizon, so the sky opposite the sun begins to turn a comfortable dark purple, and the first stars in this night sky begin to wake up for the night. And she walks a little faster, determined to make it to the woodland before that sun fully sets. But at the same time finds it a curious experience to watch how the moon and the sun travel at different speeds, the sun slowly setting, while that moon is travelling a little faster across the face of the sun. The air a little cooler, as some of that light is blocked out by the moon. And as she approaches the edge of the woods, the sun now tickling the horizon, almost appearing to wrap itself in that soft, low blanket of cloud. And the moon has now passed beyond the horizon, has crossed that sun, and a larger, brighter moon is rising over the horizon, almost directly opposite the sun. the craters on that moon, marking out its lifetime, the years of travelling slowly and patiently around the planet. And as that moon rises into the sky, so another small moon, looking almost like a giant star, but with a much softer glow, peeks its head up above the horizon. Both moons gently creeping their way up into the sky. Both travelling at a slightly different speed. And as she watches while walking towards the edge of the woods, a part of her mind is curious about whether the smaller moon is nearer and smaller and travelling slower or farther away and perhaps larger and travelling faster. But when you're looking at two moons in the sky, both different sizes, and not right beside each other, it's difficult to tell which one is further than the other. And as she arrives at the edge of that woodland, she can hear the very distant sound of the flowing of a river, weaving its way gently through the landscape. And with the sun fully set, the tapestry of stars stretches across the sky like a million twinkling diamonds. And she begins to walk into that woodland, planning on heading just a short distance into the woodland before setting up a camp for the night. And she walks into that woodland, crunching softly on the undergrowth, stepping over some outstretched roots and fallen branches. The leaves above singing their song. The light of the moons penetrating the canopy, creating areas of softly dancing light on the woodland floor. And she finds an area of some trees just the right distance from each other. And sets up her camp between those trees. Setting it up, attaching it to the trees. a ladder dangling down, the tent body set up. She climbs up into that tent, pitched between the trees. She feels herself gently yawning. As the trees seem to almost be breathing with the breeze, in a kind of hypnotic, deeply relaxing way. She finds her mind so drawn to the hypnotic breathing of the trees that she almost forgets her journey to this point. Finding all her attention just on the moment, forgetting to think about the future, just being in the here and now. Like a name on the tip of your tongue. You know you knew and you know you'll know it, but right now you know you don't. And she sits and drinks the most delicate chamomile tea with the softest fragrance. She can feel the warm tea passing down through her body with each sip. Almost feeling that relaxation tingling from the head to the shoulders, to the knees, to the toes, to the tips of the fingers and the end of her nose, relaxing her eyelids so deeply, so softly, that the more she tries to keep the eyes open to finish drinking her drink, the more relaxed they become, and the deeper she finds herself going into the experience. And she starts to feel so deeply relaxed that she decides to just lay down and begin to go to sleep, feeling that nothing else in this moment matters, but just falling asleep. And she settles down, resting her head on the pillow, her head sinking so softly into that pillow. The air being the most comfortable, cool temperature as she breathes it in and out. Sound of the canvas tent moving gently in the breeze, almost being rocked to sleep as the trees her tent's attached to move gently back and forth, back and forth. And with the gently rocking of the tent, her mind starts to wander, and she starts to drift into a dream. And she dreams of walking along a sandy beach. But the first she knows the dream is approaching is the very slight salty smell, followed by that breeze through the trees starting to sound like water lapping so gently on a shore and then pulling back out from the shore, before gently rolling back on the shore again. And then feeling her feet walking barefoot through the sand. The sand having a gentle warmth and a softness to it from the water which is soaking into the shore. And she can feel the heat of the sun beating down on her face. This sun being a very different sun to that sun on the planet she's on. This being a memory from her time on Earth before she set off to visit the planet. And she stops while walking along the beach to stand and face the water lapping around her feet, her ankles, the sensation of the surface tension of that water, the movement of that water, the temperature of the water, the way it drags the sand up over her feet and then pulls that sand back across her feet as the water flows away. Enjoying the peace on this beach, knowing that everything that happens here stays here, and knowing that she can always keep that in mind. That this is just a dream, and like all dreams, it'll be forgotten by morning. And she's aware there are the occasional dreams people remember, and those dreams contain something of value, contain a message about something currently going on within your life that needs to be addressed and currently isn't resolved. And so it keeps cropping up in the dreams. But all other dreams, when you sleep soundly, sleep well, and sleep all night. Are like presents tied up with a little bow and stored nice and neatly on the shelves of the mind. And some dreams of extra special significance and are things that you want to just revisit again. And so it's like a little dream gremlin plods around, working on your behalf, secretly in the background, to be keeping an eye on the dream as it takes place, and writing up that dream, storing the dream in the pages of a book, then so delicately binding that book, stamping the details on the spine and the cover of the book, to store that on the shelves of your mind. Clearly able to be found. But all other dreams just drift by. And so she knows she can enjoy this dream, this memory of her time on Earth, before visiting this planet, and the differences between the two. And after standing for a while, she continues walking along this shore, unsure what she'll find along there. She knows what this location looks like in real life, but she's unsure what it will look like in this dream world. And so as her dream deepens, and she walks a little bit away from the water's edge, where the sand becomes fluffy and soft, and catches in the air while she walks. She wonders whether the dream will be hijacked for some benefit to her, as dreams often are, where they take something familiar and then add something in that seems strange when looking back on it, but perfectly normal while experiencing it. And so as she walks away from the water's edge and rises above that water higher and higher, heading up through some sand dunes, she sees a cabin off in the distance and begins to walk towards that cabin. And alongside her is a forest, and she walks on the cusp of the forest, between the dunes and the woods. With the wind whistling through the forest, the trees rustling, almost calling out to her, almost singing a song. And she continues walking towards that cabin, but finds that the more she walks, the more she realizes the cabin doesn't seem to be getting any closer, and she walks faster and faster, and then decides to jog, and she comfortably jogs along in the direction of the cabin, lost in thought, feeling so comfortable. And yet the cabin doesn't seem to be getting any closer. And so she starts to run. And she runs and runs. And while running, the cabin stays right where it is. And so she slows back down to a gentle walking pace. And the cabin still stays where it is. And no matter how much she walks, it's as if she's no closer to the cabin. And she feels like she's on a treadmill, that the more she tries to walk forward, the more she stays where she is. Until eventually she decides to stop and sit down. And she looks off at that cabin, curious about her experience, wondering why the more she tries to reach the cabin, the more out of reach it seems to get. And she decides not to give that any thought, but instead think about being here. And she closes her eyes, absorbs herself in the moment, pinpointing in her mind where the ocean is, that salty smell, the whistling of the wind through the forest trees, imagining in her mind running towards that cabin while not being able to reach it, and then stopping, and instead of trying to reach the cabin, she imagines the cabin reaching her. And she rests there, and the more she remains still, not grasping and trying to reach what it is she's trying to get, but instead just letting it happen, the deeper and deeper into the experience she feels herself going, like she's weaving new pathways in her mind, new understandings of reality. And she imagines in her mind that that cabin is moving closer and closer. And as it gets closer and closer to her, it picks up a flower pot, and a sunflower begins to grow in the flower pot on the porch of the cabin. And as the sunflower grows taller, the cabin moves closer. And while it moves closer, she experiences putting on some marigolds, picking up a red herring, and as that cabin arrives right in front of her, the sunflower now towering high above her, The window on the front of the cabin opens, and a pillow strikes her round the head gently, exploding on impact, with feathers filling the air. As she strikes the centre of that sunflower with that red herring, and then the cabin pops as if it was a balloon, and the sunflower falls to the ground. And as it lands on the ground, she finds that she's now in a yellow antique sports car, weaving around some old country roads in the British countryside, wind in her hair. The sounds of birds in the distance, the sound of the engine whirring in front of her. Finding her way through this landscape, surrounded by fields of yellow plants with the strongest, sweetest scent and the bluest sky. Weaving past tall hedges, fields with deer standing huddled together, before driving and arriving on the cliffs of Dover, overlooking the sea, seeing the distant French coast. And being reminded of another memory, looking down at herself as she gets out the car, seeing the yellow coat, 3/4 length with a red belt, a woolen red scarf, and a red floppy hat. And the wind, quite strong up here on the cliff, and the rumble of the waves crashing below, almost forgetting everything that comes before this, just being absorbed in this moment. Seeing along the coastline a lighthouse standing tall, its beam scanning the water. The sun setting, knowing her mind is learning, processing her experiences. As she walks towards that lighthouse, arrives at the lighthouse, as the last rays of sun dip below the horizon, goes to open the door, but as she reaches for the door, she finds that It has a certain texture and scent to it, of chocolate, and when touching the door, it snaps open with the most satisfying snap. She tastes a bit of that chocolate door, likes the taste of that, walks into the lighthouse, finding she's in a room entirely made of chocolate. With wagon wheels around the walls, a table in the middle of the room made of chocolate, chairs made of chocolate, and no sign of steps to work up through this lighthouse. And she sits at the table, breaks a bit of the table off, tries a bit of that chocolate as it cracks off in her hand, and feels the smoothness of that chocolate while she eats it, bringing a deep sense of relaxation through her body, making her almost take a deep breath in and out, savouring the flavour of that chocolate. And with that, her eyes close, deepening that sensation of eating the chocolate. And then she feels herself moving, sliding, weaving, and gently opening her eyes, she realizes she's in a spiral groove. That's a bit like a water slide, following it down, splashing down into a stream. And there are others in this stream doing the same, some jumping from a cliff, some climbing up the side of a waterfall, a rainbow seeming to almost inch its way up that waterfall through the spray as the sunlight shifts in the sky, while clouds move gently by. The sweet scent of pine from the forest around this stream. And all these people having so much fun. And she splashes down into the water, heads under the water, hearing the bubbling, the rumble of the waterfall landing in the stream, and then the sound returning as her head pops back up again above the surface of the water, and as the water runs down through her hair, drips and drizzles down her face, and she wipes her brow and swims over to the shore and recognizes this as being a memory from when she was young, just a teenager having fun. And she sits on the shore watching her friends play, splash, swim, jump. and a little duckling waddles gently over towards her, and smiling and feeling so happy. She feeds that duck with some food on her hand. And every now and then, her mind drifts to the thought that this is a stage of a dream, and that this is somehow teaching her something and healing something, and just working through things as the brain does during sleep. But then she forgets all about that, and she just lets herself forget all about it. As she absorbs herself in the experience, enjoying the experience. As one of her friends comes over, sits beside her, dries themselves off, talks to her for a little while, before just sitting on a rock by the stream, playing their handpan drum, absorbing themselves almost hypnotically in the flow of playing. And while she listens to them play, and her mind gets absorbed in the music, so the scene begins to turn iridescent and take on an unusual glow. And she starts to feel like she's wrapped in the coziest of blankets, so still, so peaceful, and then has this feeling like she's just being gently rocked to and fro. Before starting to hear the sounds of birds around her, leaving the dreams behind. Like any other dreams, forgetting about them, while she awakens feeling so refreshed the next morning in that tent. And while feeling refreshed, she descends the ladder from the tent. She takes that tent down and packs it away. Continues travelling through this woodland. And while walking through this strange woodland, on this paradise planet, exploring a land no one from Earth has ever previously explored. She just feels the deepest sense of serenity, and a sense of open awareness to the honesty, the authenticity, and the nature of this space. And while walking through the woodland, having seen very little around other than just the nature, she encounters these small little creatures. They have slightly squeaky voices and the most kind, large eyes, the most pleasant smiles. And they're so furry that she feels that if she picked one up, most of its body would probably be dense fur. And if she'd shaved one, it would probably just look like a stick, be really skinny. And the little creatures surrounded her feet, making soft noises up towards her while waddling around gently. And she crouched down to their size, and one of them jumped up onto her knee, and she gently stroked its head and back, and it gave the slightest purr before they started acting like they wanted her to follow them. And so she began to follow them through the woodland, out towards a clearing. And in that clearing, she could see what she could only describe as a crystal bull. And it looked like these small creatures had been carving this bull out of crystal. Those little flecks of crystal on the ground, and primitive tools lying around. And some of those little creatures had goggles on, protecting their eyes while they work, and tiny little gloves on their paws, and little aprons to protect their body, and tiny shoes. And they took her over to take a look, and she looked closely. She ran her hand gently over that crystal, feeling how smooth the crystal was and how cool the crystal was. Almost like ice, but dry. And she wandered around it, looking at it from different angles, and trying to understand it and its significance to these small creatures and their reason for building it. And they showed her over to a small book, and she could see that crystal ball in the book, and some writing she couldn't understand, but she gathered from what it looked like that it perhaps had some spiritual or almost religious significance to them, symbolizing something of value to them and their culture. And she didn't want to jump to conclusions of interpreting what it meant to them. She thought, she's sure that'll come to her at some time, if it's important to do so, but for now, she can forget about it. It's one of those things that, if it's important, she'll have an aha moment when the time is right. And the small creatures seem to be encouraging her to head in a specific direction. And so she sets off in that direction, and they bounce around, seeming to almost be waving at her as she goes. And she doesn't know what she's going to find. And this is her first time on this planet. She's the first person through to see this planet. Having travelled through a portal from Earth to here. The first scientist to do so, unsure what she'll discover. And so all of this is new, and she's making mental notes of what to report back. When she passes back through that portal, having explored here, and she continues on through this woodland, deeper and deeper, aware that the sun is once again setting, and the environment takes on a soft, slightly purpley hue. And she can hear the sounds of birds and other animals here in this location. Curious what they're like here compared to on Earth. And she sees a gentle glow in the distance, seeming to come from high up in a tree, casting a soft, yellowy glow across the woodland floor. And she heads towards that glow and finds herself at the foot of a tree, looking up, where she can see a treehouse in that tree. She ascends. A ladder built into the side of the tree, knocks on the door in the base of that treehouse, and the hatch opens and she gets invited in. And she climbs up through the hatch into the coziest of tree houses. The gentle glow of candles around shelves and sticking out from the walls. A gentle glow from the fireplace, dancing, making shadows move and weave around the walls and the ornaments. A stillness to this space. The comfiest chairs she thinks she's ever seen. And then she sees a small, almost cat-like creature which introduces itself and says that this is their home, that they're the guardian of the woods. They take on many forms. They hear everything. They feel everything here. They invite her to sit beside the fire. And together they talk. She asks them questions of this place. They share knowledge about the planet, about this specific location she's found, the creatures here, about why they're able to communicate with her and that she can understand them. They set off to their library here in the treehouse, and they come back with an old book, hand-bound, and they tell her that this old book contains the history of this land, knowledge from 1,000 scientists, what they've recorded about this planet's location in space, about the moons, the sun, the flora and fauna here on this planet. And she promises to return with a similar book about Earth. And she explains a little about her planet, where it is, its sun and moon, what it's like on Earth, and together they talk long into the night, before she's asked if she wants to spend the night, and she can return back home in the morning. And so she settles down for another night, and while resting in bed, she reads some of that book, finding that she can understand the writing, but not understand why she can understand the writing, but feels that she can forget that. There's no need to worry about why you can understand something. Worrying about whys is never wise, she tells herself. And as she reads, her eyes get heavier, until she drifts and floats so peacefully asleep. And in the morning she wakes up to the smell of a breakfast being cooked. And it's similar to the smell of breakfast she smelt before. But there's something subtly different about it, with the slightly different ingredients. And she enjoys that breakfast, says goodbye and says she'll return with a book from her planet. And she makes her journey all the way back through the woodland, walking through the day and heading back across the meadow until she can see the gentle electric blue glow of her portal. And as she gets closer and closer to the portal, she can hear its soft crackle and buzz, and that slight hum, and the slight smell like ozone, like the scent you get during a storm. And she passes through the portal, finds herself back in the very sterile science lab. Stepping out, surrounded by large windows, clean white surfaces, are the scientists who've been monitoring her and taking notes on her experience. And she shares some of her experience and how she's going to return with a book for someone she's met over there. And she has to continue working for the whole day. And at the end of her day, she sets off from the science lab, drives home. Her experience seeming so surreal while she's just driving through familiar landscape, almost like it was a dream, lost in time, becoming lost in thought. And once home, she finds a book, puts it to one side. She knows she'll remember that book when she sets off tomorrow, back to work. She makes herself something to eat, settles down to have a read, under cozy lights as the evening ticks by. Almost feeling like that old thing, the old experience is gone. Like when you come back from a holiday and you end up in your everyday life and you almost forget that the holiday even happened. And after reading a while and feeling so relaxed, she went to bed and settled down. And drifted and floated, so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, into slumberland. And a small little elephant is plodding around his island, each footstep thudding gently on the grass. The sounds of birds wafting from a distant forest, water lapping on a sandy shore. The trees rustling in the breeze as the clouds gently meander across the sky. And this small little elephant, which walks on its back 2 legs, is bright pink, wearing a tie-dye shirt and a piercing on the tip of its trunk, and some decorations a bit like earrings hanging looped around its tusks, and a patch of spiky electric blue hair in the middle of the top of its head. Walks around exploring this island. And every day they leave their home, plod around the island, wander down to the beach, watch as the fish swim in that sea. Wander along through the sand, occasionally encountering a drunk sailing captain, sometimes encountering other people selling things. Occasionally they notice things in the ground, like marks where it looks like something's buried, and they stop and dig up different bits and pieces of treasure. They know they'll take that to the museum later, or take it to a shop, see if anyone wants it. And they wander around and talk to the other residents on the island. And at certain times of the day, they will gather outside the town hall, and they will exercise together, everyone on that island. And while this elephant explores the island and goes from house to house, saying hello to all their friends, in one house, they spot something intriguing. While sitting down having a cup of tea with the resident in that house, they notice a book on a shelf, and something about this book just seems to jump out at them. It seems like a very ancient book of deep historical significance. And so they ask their friend if they can take a look at the book, and they look through that book. And as they flick through the pages, the scent of that book rising up gently to their nostrils, up their trunk, breathing in that old book scent, almost a feeling of taking themselves back into the past through the smell of the book. They read in that book about an item that you can get which unlocks universal love. But it isn't an item you can get on this island. You have to align your thoughts and feelings and almost will yourself to the location to find that item. And it says to do this, you need to build yourself a bed. And the instructions for building the bed are written within the pages of that book. And after some time drinking that tea, they set off and they head to the trees going to the forest. They walk into that forest and in the forest, noticing the way the sound changes and everything seems to calm down and relax deeper and deeper here in the forest, the way the shards of light dance through the branches overhead. Beaming across the forest floor, the crunch of walking over the leaves. They head to a specific type of tree, and they have to chop down that tree. And then with that tree, they begin to cut that wood and begin to make a bed. And they form themselves the frame of a queen-sized bed. And then they weave themselves over many hours. A large sack that they fill with loose leaves, something soft for them to lie on, and their queen-sized bed comes apart and folds down, so that although heavy, they can carry it on their back. And they set up that queen-sized bed, having followed the instructions in the book. They place their homemade mattress on top of the frame, lie down comfortably on that bed, and as they do, they have the strangest experience. They notice an unusual looking character with a wibbly wobbly nose, dressed in white, appearing beside the bed. They introduce themselves as Luna. And they begin to very comfortably talk to that elephant, guiding them gently to sleep, suggesting they're getting deeper and deeper relaxed, feeling more comfortable. And as they notice their eyes closing, their body feeling heavier and heavier, they notice a purple mist forming around them. That mist becoming thicker and beginning to spread up around them higher and higher, thicker and thicker, until it's higher than the bed, and then it starts to go white as it gets thicker and more dense. And then in what feels like a brief flash, out of that white, the purple mist begins to fade. And Luna tells them they're deeply and comfortably asleep now. So deeply, so comfortably asleep. Your consciousness has travelled through space and time to a different land. And you can explore this land. And when you're ready to leave this land, you'll come back to this bed, lie back down on the bed. I'll appear, and I'll guide you from here. And you can either think of going elsewhere, focusing your thoughts on that location you'd like to find. Or you can think of home, because there's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. And you can find yourself awakening back in your own island, back home. And the elephant stands and begins to explore this space. They find that this bed is situated right outside a town hall of this land. And they set off from that location. They explore this island. And this searching for universal love seems like an almost titanic task. And they begin by exploring the meadows of this island. They see dragonflies flitting around the meadow, bees buzzing in and out of flowers, butterflies landing on flowers, drinking from those flowers. The warmth of the sun pushing gently on the cheeks of the elephant. And they continue exploring, walking through this meadow, smelling the sweet scent of the wildflowers. And as they explore, they find a path, and they walk along that path here. And as they walk along, they see what looks a bit like a rhinoceros, standing at a lemonade stand. And it offers them a fizzy drink. And so they drink that fizzy pop, the bubbles rising up and then down their trunk, tickling as they pop from the top to the bottom, leaving a lemony scent wafting up and down their trunk. With each breath in and out that they take, the bubbles giving a slight lightheadedness, a lightness that seems to almost fill their body. And as they continue drinking that drink while they walk, sucking the drink up noisily through a straw, as they get the last of that drink out, the liquid squeezing around the ice cubes. They head into the town. They go to the local shop here. They don't see what they're looking for there. They head into a bakery, followed by their nose. In the bakery, they buy themselves some breadsticks and a donut They save that donut on the end of their trunk as they munch and crunch through the breadsticks while continuing to explore this land. They head up a slope to a higher level, looking down around the land. They head over a small river with fish just gently and delicately swimming around, following a path down, heading past a telephone box, which happens to be ringing. And so they stop at the telephone box. They answer that telephone. But it isn't for them. It's just a penguin calling, saying that they're overdue on their igloo insurance. They need to give their bank details to make sure that the payment can be processed so that their igloo is well insured. And they know this is an unlikely event. It's unlikely to be a genuine call. And so they decide to play along for a while, keeping the penguin on the call, saying, "I've just got to search my pockets. Hang on a minute. Oh yes, here it is. My number is 45279. Oh, sorry, no, I got that wrong. It's 4398. No, sorry, that's the wrong number. It's so anyway, how's your day been? How many calls have you had? Let me just try a different card." And they just talk complete rubbish until the penguin gets so annoyed with the conversation, they claim to the elephant, "You're having a laugh. You're winding me up. You're trying to scam me, aren't you? You're just messing with me." And the elephant continues to try to appear like they're complying until eventually that penguin hangs up, bringing a smile to the elephant's mouth, to the corner of its eyes. And as the day ticks on, the elephant doesn't find what it's looking for here on this island. So it heads back to its bed, resting in front of the town hall, lies back down on that bed. Luna appears once more, and once more Luna guides them gently into the deepest dreaming sleep, saying you're drifting deeper and deeper asleep. As you listen to me in the background, you're falling so deeply asleep, so comfortably asleep, even finding you're falling asleep before you realize it, knowing you know you're falling asleep, but not knowing how you know it, just discovering it as it happens all by itself, not knowing whether it's the sound of my voice that's helping you fall asleep or whether you're falling asleep as you breathe so comfortably, as your eyes gently begin to blink in a special kind of way, perhaps just underneath your eyelids, drifting deeper and deeper asleep. Now that's it. And in that purple mist, rising and then flashing to white, they drift deeper and deeper asleep. And as the mist clears, Luna continues on, saying you're deeper and deeper asleep now in a dream. And you're on this dream island where you can explore, continuing that focus on what you're looking for. And they get off the bed and begin to explore this island. And as they look around, this island's very different to the last. There's what looks like Roman ruins. And up on a hill looks like a Roman Colosseum. And as they explore the island, they see something unusual in the air. It's a balloon filled with hot air that's floating there above them, gradually lowering down as the air cools. And that red balloon floating up there, they watch it and follow it. They keep their eye on the balloon as they walk, watching as it lowers closer and closer to the land. And they have to weave around a small farmyard space. They have to pole vault over a river. They have to walk past a field of mushrooms, glowing and twinkling in the setting sun, until they see that balloon almost about to touch the ground. They dash over to the balloon, bursting the balloon with one of their tusks. As an item lands on the ground in a box, and that box flops open. And inside the box is what looks like a doll, except that instead of arms, it has fins. And on its head, it has a hat which is far too large for it. And so the elephant picks that up and looks at it. Looks at that curious sight of a small doll with an oversized hat, with fins instead of arms, and a tail instead of legs. And the elephant doesn't know what to make of this doll, but decides to carry it on them, for now anyway, as they continue to explore. And while exploring and heading through what seems like Roman ruins, they find a house that looks curious. It seems much smaller than normal, perhaps the house of a mouse. And it's in the base of a tree. And they crouch down as low as an elephant can get. They tap on the door. And they hear walking and trudging, like someone trudging down some steps, and then some clicking and clacking, and then the door opens, and a squirrel answers. and says that they were just enjoying their evening tea in front of the telly with their family. Who is it and what do you want? And the elephant explains they're on a quest. They're trying to find something. They're in search of universal love. And the squirrel says that it isn't here, but they'll go and ask the family if any of them have seen it. They ask what it looks like. And the elephant says that they're not sure what it looks like. They've just been told it's an object. And when you find that object, you'll find universal love. And they say, I don't think I know what you're talking about, but I'll go and ask the wife and kids. And the door shuts, and the elephant hears trudging and stomping up the stairs, muffled voices coming from high up in the tree. And while looking high up in the tree, sees there's a bit of the house in the tree, and the squirrel pokes its head out of a window and shouts down that they don't know what it is you're looking for. They've never seen anything that could be linked to universal love. Before pulling themselves back in and closing the window and probably carrying on with their meal. And the elephant struggles back to their feet, continues looking around this island. And as the sun sets, so they hear the howl of a hyena. And they head in the direction of that howl, thinking there's someone else to talk to. Maybe they know. And they see that hyena lit by the moonlight, its shadow stretching across the landscape as it stands up on a hill, howling away. They head up the hill to that hyena and politely interrupt its howls. And they ask the same again, that they're in search of universal love. And this hyena stops howling for a moment and says that they don't know how to help you to find universal love, but they do know someone who perhaps could. And they direct you down to the back of the island where Hippy the hippo lives. They tell you that Hippy the hippo seems to always be so happy, just wallowing in mud. And seems to take a very chilled approach to life. If anyone here can help you to find universal love, it'll be them. And so the elephant weaves their way down the hill, through the landscape, past some houses, to the back of the island, and can hear sloshing and sploshing and splishing and splashing and some slipping and sliding sounds, and some squelching, and the occasional gurgle and grumble, sounding almost like an oversized cat's purr. Eventually finding that hippo. And as they find that hippo, the hippo looks up at them and seems so relaxed, so calm, its body so loose and limp. And the elephant explains what they're after. And the hippo says that the best way to find universal love is with your heart. When you move from island to island, you need to think of the person you love most. But focus on the feeling, not the person. Focus on the experience of that feeling and allow that feeling to grow within you, to almost tingle through you, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, tingling as if you have electricity running through your body, as if you're alive with that feeling of love. And allowing that feeling of love to almost emanate out from you, like a golden thread reaching through space and time. And by doing this, you'll actually be creating a quantum thread. And that thread will take every possible path there is to take, in search of something which matches it. And once a part of the thread has found something that matches that experience, then that becomes the path, that becomes the single thread, and you'll be connected directly with the location of that universal love. And the elephant explains they're unsure how to do that. They don't know if they're capable of doing that. And that once they lie down, ready to move to the next location, the transition begins and happens faster than they have time to get themselves prepared in that way. And so Hippie says, they know someone who may be able to help teach them. If they just head along the coast a little bit further, they'll come to a small cabin. And inside that cabin is Beaker, the elf. And Beaker is skilled at being able to help people develop altered states, and to help people to be able to access and hold on to those altered states when they need to. And so the elephant thanks Hippie tiptoes as carefully as they can around the mud, trying not to splash any on their tie-dye clothing. Finishes off eating that donut. Walks their way along the coastline, dragging their feet gently through the splash of the water along the edge of the shoreline as they go. The sound of the waves lapping up onto the shore and pulling back out to sea, lapping back up onto the shore and pulling back out to sea. And they continue along until they can see the lights of a cabin and the gentle white, wispy trail of smoke rising from the chimney. They arrive at the door. They knock gently. And an elf answers the door. And the elephant introduces themselves. And the elf says that their name is Beaker and invites them in. And they explain that they're in search of universal love, and that Hippie said that they may be able to help them to be able to access the relevant feelings and hold on to those feelings and be able to draw those feelings up when you need them so that they can find universal love. And Beaker says, yes, they can help. They say they just need to make a drink. And so they go to a shelf in the kitchen, densely packed with fluorescent mushrooms. They pick one of those fluorescent mushrooms, and as they do, some green fluorescent dust wafts from the underside of that mushroom. They carefully chop that mushroom up on a chopping board, chopping it into small pieces. They place it into a saucepan. They add in a dash of water. They start heating that really slowly. They mix in a few herbs. They add in a few other ingredients. And it begins to form a light paste in the base of the saucepan. They go to a fish tank. They lift up a puffer fish in that fish tank. They squeeze out a little bit of puffer fish juice, a bit like ink from the puffer fish. They add a drop of that to the concoction they're creating. They go over to a small jar on the counter that's dusty, looks barely used. They blow the dust off the top of that jar. They struggle for a little bit to open the jar while holding it at arm's length. they take a very small spatula's worth of what's in that jar and place that into the saucepan, sealing the jar quickly and then stirring that saucepan. A purple puff of smoke now rising from the saucepan. And the elephant asks what was in that jar. It has a very strong smell. And they say that it's kiwi that's been absorbed through 1,000 years through the digestive system of a bingo bird. They consume things very slowly and they live a very long time. But it absorbs and mixes as it passes through and creates an almost magical substance. And they continue mixing that saucepan, it bubbling gently. They add a drop more water. They squeeze in a couple of grapes to take the edge off the flavour. They say that that should make it so that it tastes far nicer to drink. And once it's done, they leave it poured into a glass just for a moment to settle. Tiny little bubbles slowly rising up within the drink and popping on the surface, while tiny little particles sink down within the drink, settling on the base of the drink. And the elf hands that drink to the elephant and tells the elephant to just down it in one. And so they quickly gulp that back in one. They hold their eyes shut while they do that. Swallow that drink. And then it feels almost like a hurricane exploding within their body, the wind that comes out of them. They honk out their trunk. Their tail flaps away. Their ears flap. Their tusks jiggle and jingle. And then they feel peace and calm. They feel a certain level of clarity. A stillness to everything around them. And in that stillness, their eyes start watering slightly in an incredibly happy kind of way, as their body fills with so much love. As they think of the one you love and those you love the most. And that connection with them. And it's almost like a golden light begins to fill their body. And the elf explains that they need to maintain a level of non-attachment from this reality. They need to learn to breathe through it, to sit with it, to just allow their body to fill with that emotion. That if you create a block, if a signal tries to get from your brain to your hand to say to move the hand, but you tense your arm, your hand doesn't move so well. And it's the same here. You need to remove any blocks, become an observer on the experience, and let that happen. Don't worry about self-consciousness. Don't worry about what I or anyone else thinks. Don't worry about what it feels like to sit there, or what you can see around you here, what you can hear. Just be. Let that feeling develop. Let that love fill your body, your heart, with each pulse of your heart. And so the elephant allows that love to fill their body, filling their entire body with that golden, powerful emotion. The elf then says, the trick is to be able to trigger this exact state again, so that it doesn't reset, so that you can just trigger it and keep it and hold on to that. And to do that, you need to give yourself some kind of a trigger. Something unusual, something you wouldn't normally think of. And in a light bulb moment, suddenly the elephant remembered that doll with fins and how unusual that is, and thought, if I just hold the doll with fins, or think of that doll with fins, that's something I wouldn't ordinarily think of, and that can be the trigger for filling my body with that love. And Beaker hands them that doll, and they squeeze it gently as they hold on to that and hold on to the feelings of love. The feelings of that love tingling through the body, reverberating within the chest, perhaps quivering gently in the chest, maybe in the eyes. It totally fills them up. And then after a few moments, they release that doll. They allow themselves to reduce that feeling. That experience that's enhanced by that drink. And the elf says that's all you have to do next time you get into that bed. And then the next island you'll be connected with will be the one with what you're seeking. And after a brief rest here, they set back off. They find their way back to the bed. As they lie down on the bed, So Luna appears again and tells them they're drifting and floating deeper and more relaxed asleep, and as they begin to drift asleep, so they hold that doll with fins. They feel that feeling instantly begin to spread around their body, filling them from the top of their head to the tips of their toes, pulsating around their ears, quivering their trunk, like a golden light within them, and a golden thread spread out through space and time to connect with where they're heading. And that purple cloud raises up around them, turns to white, and as that cloud fades, and they hear Luna saying, "You're on a dream island, drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep." The elephant gets up off the bed, releases that doll, still feeling that love pulsing through them. And before them, they see a glowing winged horse who introduces themselves as Pegasus, who tells them they're here to take them to the other side of the island. And they climb heavily on top of Pegasus. And Pegasus launches into the air on a cloud of sparkling light, flies across the island, lands in a meadow on the far side of the island. The elephant dismounts, and this side of the island just seems so calm and quiet. And Pegasus says that the rest of this journey is theirs to make. And they begin to walk through this meadow. Crickets jumping through that grass, the sounds of their legs rubbing together as the sun is rising on the horizon. And they walk through this meadow. And they see somebody in the distance walking along holding a candle. And as they get closer and closer, they see that it's a very, very hairy person. And they introduce themselves as the Hairy Potter. They came to this island decades ago to retire here, and as part of their retirement, they were to make all of the pottery, not just for this island, but for all the islands, while they keep watch over the sacred entrance. And as they say that, they glance over towards what looks like a small cave in the side of a hill. And they say that legend has it that many generations ago, lizard people built the land. And those lizard people placed mud together and clay together in such a way, mixed with the hearts of flowers, that they created beings who wanted to go seeking purpose and wanted to find meaning in life, who'd go out of their way to do different jobs and tasks, setting themselves small goals, building the buildings, doing the farming, doing all of the different jobs, not because anybody makes them do it, because it's in their nature to want to do something with their life rather than nothing. But the heart of all those flowers that made all the life contained the seed of universal love. And the ultimate seed of universal love was placed within that cave. And legend has it that it isn't what you think it is at first, that people go in thinking it's going to be one thing, and they come out having discovered it's something else. And they walk with the elephant to the entrance to the cave. The sun still hanging low in the sky. The birds singing softly, as if singing in anticipation of what's to come. As if all life here is watching and waiting. And they walk into that cave. Footsteps echoing around the cave walls. The occasional drip of water within the cave, softly reverberating. A hum coming from somewhere deep within this cave. And in the heart of this cave, it opens out into a large chamber. They walk into that large chamber. And they suddenly feel that overwhelming sense of love in this space. The same deep sense of love they felt when they were channeling that love through themselves. They felt almost like they'd been going hysterical with that love, like they had to breathe calm and slow. control their emotions, that even having a good thing too much can be overwhelming. And they walked to the center of this space. And on a plinth in the center of this space was a box. They carefully clicked open that box. And inside the box was a small book. And they felt a bit anxious about opening that book, unsure what it would reveal. And so, opening the book while looking away and trying to force themselves to look back, they had to fight with themselves. They knew that looking was a good thing, and yet something about their head and their hands were going against their heart, as if the more they tried to look at that thing they wanted to look at, the harder it was to see. And they knew this was going to be a good experience. And eventually, those words of non-attachment went around in their mind. Just let go. And when you let go, only then will you be free to see. So they told themselves, letting go, letting go, letting go. And as they repeated that to themselves, so they felt their heart rest. They felt their breathing soften, their muscles relax. They felt themselves letting go. They felt the love gently flow as it built within them, as if the drips in the cave stood still for a moment to give pause, to give time for their experience to happen. As if the cave stopped breathing for just a moment. And they opened the book. And as they looked at those pages, so all they saw was their own reflection. But not just their own reflection, but the reflection of the space around them. And they saw that the space around them seemed to be reflecting back. And they gazed at themselves in that reflection. And they could almost see a golden aura surrounding them. A sign of that love within them. They could see that golden aura pulsing, and that pulsing almost making their ears undulate gently to the beat of their heart. Pulsing and pulsing, and seeming to pulse and synchronize with their own reflection, spreading out to fill this cave. That universal love filling the cave, filling their body, giving them an aura of love, a connection to all living things. They found themselves instinctively sitting themselves down in this cave, finding that they've naturally sat down right in the heart of the cave, as if this cave is shaped in such a way that it amplifies that love. And closing their eyes, they were aware of the golden strands of love spreading out from within them easily and effortlessly, touching the hearts and minds of all living things on this island, and then bouncing from the island through the ether, connecting with all other islands in all other realities. Something that would be overwhelming if at the same time they weren't also remaining still and non-attached, being an observer on their ongoing experience. Letting that happen, letting go, deeper and deeper. And as that love spreads out and touches all things, and they connect deeply in a resonance with all living things, they start to think. You are all loved. I wish for you to all be happy, to all be healthy, to experience well-being and good thoughts, to wake up experiencing a pleasant life full of love and happiness. And they think that and they say that over and over, spreading out to all living things that message down those golden tendrils of love. You will be happy, you will be healthy, you will experience love within yourself, and for all things. And they keep reciting that over and over again, seeing the way that strengthens the universal love, the bond, those golden threads, that universal connection that all living things have. And an awareness. Everything is just stardust in a different form. And the elephant loses track of time, can't tell whether it's been 1 minute or 5 minutes, or a day or even a lifetime. Time stands still. And they find that as they explore this love, they notice that universal love doesn't just extend to all life currently existing, but as they move back and see the bigger picture, they notice that love spreads through the past, the present and the future, spreading love to and within all living things of the past, all living things in the present, and all living things in the future. increasing compassion, fostering forgiveness, deepening well-being, and love for all things, and appreciation for life and love and everything within it. And then drifting back into their body, connecting with themselves and the love they now hold for and within themselves, for who they have been, who they are, and who they will be. They close that book, place it back where they found it, and as they walk out of the cave, so they feel like they're walking on air. They somehow feel lighter than they felt before. They head out of that cave, and they head back towards Pegasus to give them a lift back to the bed. And while flying on Pegasus, they're aware of that connection they fostered with all things here and everywhere else. They land and get back on the bed, and Luna guides them back as they think of home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. And Luna says you're awakening at home, back in your own island. And they awaken on their bed as it was first laid. They find their way back through the forest, back to their home. They've had a very long day, travelling across multiple islands, through multiple times, connecting with all life of the past, present and future, looking forward to being home. And they settle down at home, enjoying a cup of tea by the fire. The sound of that fire gently crackling in the fireplace. The sun setting, crickets heard outside, rustling their legs together, chirping away. The occasional sound of an owl hooting in the distance. The moonlight tickling the window pane, its silvery light dancing gently within the room to the orangey glow of the fire. The leaping shadows. They enjoy a slice of birthday cake. Before calling Elvis, their cat, who gets up, stretches, arches their back, and follows them to the bedroom. And they get into bed, and they still feel that deep connection knowing now they're connected with that universal love. As they begin to drift and float, asleep, hanging on to that love, exploring in their mind, in a pre-sleep reverie, the experience they've had, and the characters they've met along the way. Drifting gently, peacefully, deeply, relaxed asleep into slumberland, sleeping so well all night long. And you find yourself walking through an unusual landscape. There are stalks rising from the grass with marshmallow heads, waving gently in a breeze. The grass is rustling around the base of those stalks. Colourful yellow plants weaved between the grasses. Silvery moonlight tickling the top of the grass, shimmering like diamonds, and the gentle dew hanging from the tips of the grass. And illuminating the clouds in the sky. Like white, wispy filaments hugging around the landscape. And while walking through this landscape, the rustling sound of each footstep, you walk along with a small terrier puppy beside you, trying to keep its nose up off the grass, almost trying to tiptoe over that grass to stop it tickling its belly. And occasionally jumping and leaping at some flowers. As you just walk along, enjoying the very slight coolness of the air, that ever so slight breeze. And while the moon continues across the sky and begins its descent, you can notice the way that it seems to almost be bobbing on the waves of the top of the clouds of a distant storm. Those undulating clouds moving across the distant landscape. Your only knowledge of them being that they're taking a slight chunk out of the base of the moon, making it look almost like that moon is a ball gently rolling through the waves on a seashore. And then hearing the occasional very deep growl of a distant thunderstorm. And seeing the base of those clouds gently illuminating from time to time. And feeling that comfort of being all the way over here, while that distant storm plays out over there. And you continue on through this meadow, and you see, somewhere in the distance, the gentle glow at the windows of a small cabin. And so you and the little terrier work your way towards that cabin, hoping that you'll arrive at the cabin before the storm does. And as you get closer and closer to the cabin, so you start to feel the occasional large raindrop explode on an arm or a cheek. And you can notice the rumbling of the storm getting closer. And the light illuminating the underside of those clouds, stretching further across the sky, revealing the patterns within the clouds, the movement of those clouds. And you arrive at the door, the dog tucked gently up around your legs. As the rain gradually increases, with the dog trying to keep dry, you softly knock on that crusty red wooden door. You hear the latch open on the other side and the door pull open with a gentle squeak. And as the door opens, so you see this friendly, elderly gentleman with a long white beard, wearing a nightgown that's bright yellow with pink polka dots, and a nightcap of the same material, and a yellow, fluffy ball hanging off the tip of that cap. And the warmest smile with gently sleepy eyes. And they ask if they can help you, and you explain your situation. You've been caught out in this forming storm, you just like somewhere dry to go while the storm passes over. And so, with a spindly old arm and fingers like the narrow branches of a tree, they gesture, inviting you in. And you step in and wipe your feet. And they direct you over towards the fire. And the dog circles round a few times near the fire before resting down, while keeping its eyes looking up at you. The white of its eyes visible at the bottom of its eyes as it gazes up in your direction, as if just checking that you're okay with its decision. And when it sees you sit in an incredibly comfortable armchair, sitting so deeply into that armchair that not only do you sink into it as a body, but you actually feel your mind sinking deeper and deeper into the experience, and your shoulders gently slumping and relaxing, and the muscles around your eyes and your face calming and softening, like something about sitting here. You felt a deep, instant sense of trust and safety to such a great extent that your whole mind and body just relax. And with that, the dog takes it as its cue to close its eyes and fall asleep. And it begins to sleep so soundly, with the most gentle snoring, snuggled down into that thick rug, feeling the warmth beating off of the fireplace. As you feel that warmth rubbing your cheeks, and the sound of the crackling and popping, the dancing of the flickering flames, the patterns of the shadows around the walls, ornaments coming to life. With each flicker, and then that sound of heavy raindrops, just a few individual raindrops at first, striking the window panes, light flashing in from outside, the low rumble of thunder rolling overhead, almost seeming to envelop you. The rumble so low that it seems to reverberate down the chimney, through the building, reverberating at a frequency that's as if it's reverberating every cell in your body, perhaps the water in every cell in your body, like the rippling water of a cup as a large animal walks past and shakes the earth. And this elderly man sits down in the chair opposite, and they ask if you'd like to have a drink. They hold up a cup they've got between two hands, with steam softly rising from the top, and the sweetest chocolatey scent wafting from that cup. They say they've just made this for themselves before they relax, ready to go to bed. They find it really helps them to drift off, fall deeply asleep, and sleep so soundly all night long. So it'd be no trouble to make you a cup of this drink too. And so you accept a drink, and they head over to the kitchen area, placing the cup down on a table. You hear them pouring the water into a cup, mixing up your drink. And as they make that drink, they do so with all their attention on the drink, not talking, not seeming to be distracted, just entirely focused on the task they're doing in that moment. You look around the room, you see the books on the bookshelves. You see the different ornaments around the room. A couple of pictures, some painted, some photographs, and some items catch your attention and fill you with a deep sense of curiosity. And they come back with your drink, hand that drink to you. Feel the weight of the cup as you take it from them. The warmth of that drink as it radiates out from the cup. And with a hand resting on the cup, you can feel that warmth gently infusing with the hand, warming the hand, and that warmth spreading through you with a deep sense of comfort, and the steam softly rising from the top. And as you bring that up to your mouth, feeling the warmth against your cheek as your nose lets out some air into the cup. And feeling that slight dampness on your cheeks, your forehead, as the steam settles. And taking a gentle sip of that drink, feeling the warmth of that liquid pass into your mouth, the deep, sweet scent dancing on your tongue, the texture of the liquid against the roof of your mouth, the back of your mouth and your throat. And that comfortable warmth as the liquid seeps down your throat. And that warmth begins to spread around your body. And no sooner have you taken a sip of that liquid, and you find yourself feeling more relaxed, wanting to sit back into the chair, sinking yourself down so deeply and comfortably. And for a short while, you just sit and drink that drink. They're not talking, you're not talking. You're just both in the moment, drinking your drinks, being comfortable with the silence. And when the drink is about half drunk, you place the cup down beside you onto a coffee table. And you ask this person who they are, and they tell you that they're a magician of sorts. They belong to a secret society. And even though you want to continue to sit back, sinking your shoulders deep to the back of this armchair, inside, you perk up with a little curiosity. And they say that they're not like the magicians you see at shows. Those magicians use conjuring. They fake what it is that they're doing. They explain that they actually do what you see them doing. If you see them walk through one door and instantly appear walking out of a door on the other side of a stage, there's not a twin or a trap door or a secret passage or some kind of optical trickery, maybe with mirrors. They've just genuinely created a portal in the doorway so they can walk straight through that portal and straight out the other side of the portal in an instant. If you see them chained up, tied up, placed in a bag, the bag chained up, tied up, placed in a box, the box chained up, tied up, placed in a massive vat of water, that vat chained up, tied up, and then moments later you see them standing on the top. It's not trickery. They haven't picked all those locks or used secret techniques to be able to control the rope that was tying the different objects up. They've just used magic to teleport themselves from inside the bag to standing on the top of the vat of water. part of you finds this hard to believe. And yet they're telling you this with sincerity. But as you're their guest, you don't want to pry or say or do anything that might hint at your disbelief of their claims. And as the night goes on, so the storm passes overhead. And while the storm passes overhead, so the rain thickens outside. The wind picks up, and the wind howls across the chimney, occasionally sending pulses of air down the chimney, stroking at the top of the fire, making the flames flicker and dance to the tune of the wind. And all of you inside just find the experience deeply relaxing, because you're listening to it from inside rather than being outside in it. And as the storm passes directly overhead, so the flashes of light and the rumble of thunder happen almost simultaneously. But gradually, as the night continues on, so does the storm, passing off in the direction you had travelled from. And as the storm clears, and there's just the occasional sound of heavy raindrops striking panes of glass, and the sight of those drops racing each other down the windows, and the fire burning down to embers. This elderly magician tootles off, saying they'll set up a room for you to be able to spend the night. And while they're out of the room, you stand up, you walk around a little bit, you walk over to the fireplace, warm your hands gently over the embers of that fire. The dog, just briefly awoken to gaze up at you, aware of your presence near it, before snuggling back down and closing its eyes again. And you see a photo that looks like that magician, but much, much younger. You look at some of the other pictures, the painting above the fireplace. You look at the candlesticks on the fireplace, carefully turning those heavy candlesticks around. The sound of them scraping slightly on the brick shelf above the fireplace. You head over to the bookshelves. You read the sides of those books, noticing that some of them have intriguing names. Some sound like they're in ancient languages. You take one of the books off a shelf, feeling the weight of that old book, instantly smelling the scent of the old pages as you open that book, the sound of that thick paper as it turns, the rough texture of each page, slightly coarse under the fingertips, the ink seeming like it was handwritten as you softly run your fingers down a page and can feel the slight indentation where a pen was used to write that. And drawings on some of those pages. And some of those pages looked like they had drawings of ingredients, of different plants and herbs that you could perhaps source locally to make some kind of potion. Other pages seemed to have rituals, and some just had spells or incantations. But you don't really understand any of the writing. And as the magician returns to let you know that your room is ready, you place that book back where you found it. They gesture down a hallway. You give a delicate whistle, and the terrier perks up, trots over to you. You gesture into a room. They trot into that room and jump up onto the bed, circling around and settling down in the middle of the bed. And you prepare yourself to settle down for the night. And as you do, so the occasional raindrop still strikes and runs down the window. But you have the curtains open to the window, and so while lying in bed, you can see through that window out to the night sky, and you can catch a glimpse between the clouds of the blanket of stars above. And from time to time your eyes blink for an extended period of time, an unknown period of time, that kind of blink where, when they open, you don't necessarily remember that they had closed, and yet you also don't feel like you'd fallen asleep, like you're just resting your eyes a moment. And something about gazing out of that window as the clouds pass, and you can see the full spread of stars overhead, seems almost hypnotic, the way they just hang there in the sky. Those gentle dots, almost imperceptibly moving. As your eyes blink shut again. And when they open, it's to the sound of some morning birds and the gentle glow of daylight shining in through the window. And that terrier has moved up and snuggled up near your head, resting on the pillow beside you. And you don't know at what point during the night it did that. But you give it a gentle stroke as it looks into your eyes. Before you get out of bed feeling so deeply refreshed, like you've just had the greatest night's sleep. And you can smell the most incredible breakfast. And the magician's already up, has already prepared you some food. And so the two of you enjoy a hearty breakfast before you're given some food to take with you and some drink to take with you. And you set off with that little package with the food and drink that's been prepared for you. You thank the magician for their kindness, their hospitality. You leave their cabin, heading back out into the meadow, smelling the fresh air with that scent of rain from the evening before. The smell of rain on grass, on trees, just hanging in the air, dancing around your nostrils. And the grass now is much softer than it was the day before, no longer rustling in the breeze, weighed down slightly by the dampness. And so you head away from that cabin, continuing your journey, not going anywhere specific, just out for a walk in nature. A journey that probably would have involved camping the night if the storm hadn't struck. And so you continue on through this meadow. And while walking through the meadow, occasionally brushing your hands past those what look like stalks with marshmallows on top, your hand striking them and some of them exploding in what looks like a cloud of feathers. Often throwing a gentle haze of water from the motion. And the little terrier jumping up and trying to bite at those newly exploded flowers. And the sun following you along the sky, as if joining you on this quest. The slight mist of the water being evaporated as the day goes on, and a distant sound of a stream. And you continue on walking through this meadow. until eventually you find that stream. And the afternoon sets in, and so you stop by the stream. You open that package to eat some of that food and have some of that drink. And you find, within the package, a small old book. A note in the book stating that this is from the magician as a gift to start your intrigue, to start you off down a new rabbit hole, one that you won't know where it leads until you arrive at the destination. And so while you eat a sandwich and the dog eats some food, you sit on the edge of the riverbank, shaded by a rustling, weeping willow tree, part of the tree dangling so low it's tickling the surface of the water, catching in that water, causing ripples through the water. And you're just in the shade of that tree. And while you read, you find that you understand more of this book than you expect to understand given its apparent age. It's written in very old handwriting. But like reading Shakespeare, you can just about understand and follow it. And you find that this handwriting has a gentle poetic nature to the choice of words and the way things are said, and how some things are said where one or two words could have said the same thing. An entire paragraph would be used. And there was something hypnotic about the way this was written that made it so that, with half a sandwich still in one hand, most of the afternoon vanished without you being aware of that at all. The first you notice is when you gaze up from the book, seeing the gentle orange colour in the sky, the slight orange tint to the surface of the water as it flows past, the slight cool nip in the air. And so you decide that you'll set up camp here so that you can continue to read. You can always carry on the journey in the morning. And so sitting back in a tent, the dog wrapped up beside you sleeping, you continue to read that book, uncovering some of the beginner's secrets to being a genuine magician, secret ways to communicate, to say things in a way that create changes around you and within you. Ways of interacting with animals, ways of interacting with plants, communicating on a deeper level, a level you'd never understood or known before. And you read one of the paragraphs out loud as you sit in your tent, the front of the tent open, and you can see the water flowing past under the moonlight. And you can hear that flow. And you start to notice as you read dancing lights, pulsing gently as they move over the water. Sometimes the lights whizzing close to the water, almost touching that water, leaving a gentle trail behind as those soft, small ripples spread out across the surface. A bit like running a finger through the surface of the water. Small, almost imperceptible ripples, having that wake spread softly to the shore. And your attention drifts from the book to those lights hovering over the water. And you watch them dance. You see that they seem to be organized, not just particles floating in the air. And you place that book down in the tent and slowly walk to the water's edge to take a closer look. And as you do, one of those lights moves over in your direction, heads over towards your face, hovers before you. You can feel the fan of its wings as they beat so fast you can't actually see them. And this small, delicate fairy introduces herself as Newt. And she says that what you have just read was a spell for revealing a deeper layer of reality. There's a mystical layer of reality that normally only children and those with a specific mindset can see. A layer of reality of fairies, of various other creatures that are normally reserved to fairy tales and mythology. That you can find leprechauns, you can find elves, you can even see dragons. But most people go through life unable to see this layer of reality. And not only do they not see it, but because they can't perceive it, it doesn't exist to them. They can't interact with it, and it can't interact with them. But there are some who learn the secrets, who then have that ability to see the unseen, to interact with the unknown. And it can't be caught on camera, because it just comes out as a slight haze or fuzzy. Because a camera, although perhaps able to see a slightly wider spectrum than a person, can't see to a different layer of reality. And this fairy shares a little more about this additional layer of reality. And you feel this compulsion, almost a deep sense of anticipation to want to explore. You know you should settle down. It's getting late and you should drift comfortably asleep. But it's not every day that you open your mind to a whole new perspective on the world. And the fairy recommends that you explore the reality now you have this new perspective. But maybe sleep on it. Start that exploration in the morning. And then flies back and continues, dancing above the water with the other fairies. The fairies' lights, just hovering and glowing, and almost humming with the most delicate energy. As you head back to the tent, you read a little more of the book before settling down to sleep, to the sound of the canvas of the tent, pulsing gently in the breeze, the gentle coolness filling the air outside the sleeping bag, the warmth of the terrier snuggled up with you, their delicate snoring, their movements of perhaps chasing something in a dream, as you fall so deeply asleep. And the next morning, awakening to the glow in the tent. You open the tent. You take a deep breath of the fresh morning air. You can see that the landscape looks subtly different. You can't quite put your finger on what is different, but there's something subtly different here in this landscape. You can see that in the trees beyond the patch of meadow, the other side of the water, are gently glowing orbs dancing within the woodland. And you wonder whether those gently dancing orbs are the same fairies you saw last night. And you have something to eat before packing up, continuing your walk along the edge of this water. And as the water widens and deepens, so you decide to stop for a moment. You fashion a boat out of a log just lying on the edge of the river. Just a very simple boat to travel a little quicker. And off the side of the log, you've attached 2 more logs at the front and the back, like narrow branches, to a log along the side for stability. And you've made what's almost like a net along the side of the log. You place your backpack into that net. And with another small log, you shape it into an oar. And you begin to paddle along this wide and deepening river. The sound of the water being pushed back, feeling the weight of the water with each push, gently on one side and then the other, one side and then the other. A few drops of the cool river water dripping on you as the oar passes across your body. Rowing on one side and then the other. And as you continue to row into this widening river, you see what looks like a large log just floating in the river. But as you get closer and closer, you decide that it resembles a crocodile. And so you start trying to keep a little distance between you and that potential crocodile. You see its tail move gracefully as it changes direction and slowly starts heading towards you. And a part of you feels a little anxious, like there's some kind of a monster swimming towards you. And so you try and keep calm, just paddling, trying not to draw any attention to yourself. And then as it nears, so you notice that it's covered in scales. And those scales seem almost oily the way they're reflecting the light, incredibly smooth. And you can't work out whether that's because they're wet or that they just naturally look like that. And then as it nears you, so it rises up from the water, rising its head and chest out of the water. And it's still some distance away, but you stop rowing as you look towards it. And it begins to talk in a low and booming voice. And as it rises from the water, so you notice that what was below the surface are enormous wings. And it's actually an iridescent dragon. And in its booming voice, it shares that it welcomes you to this land It's the king of the land. It watches over the land from above. It dives down into the abyss, deep in this river, where it can see the land from below. It can pulse out beams of energy that can see through the land. And within a moment, it's aware of what's above and what's below. And with a gentle leap and a flap of the wings, and the water falling from those wings, and a haze of water forming as spray, while it leaps out of the water, it flies up and hovers before you. And now you can see its scale. You can see how large it is, how it dwarfs your boat and you. And it shares about its time as the king. And you're aware you're only seeing it because of that spell that you read. That someone else travelling along here wouldn't see anything at all. And it tells you that the spell will wear off, and you'll lose this ability to be connected across the realms in this way, to see the magic of reality. And that you could either keep having to recite that spell day after day, or you can seek out the magic ring and the wearer of the magic ring can permanently see the full nature of reality. And they share where that ring is kept, and that the way to get to that ring involves casting one more spell. And so you pull over to the side of the river. The dragon shares with you what that spell is. And the spell involves lighting a small fire, throwing a few heads of those marshmallow plants onto that fire. Their sweet scent filling your nostrils as they burn, releasing a delicate pink cloud of smoke as you recite that spell. And before you, in that pink cloud of smoke, a portal begins to form. And the portal gets larger and wider and taller. And in the center of that portal, you can see a different landscape opening up before you. And you step through the portal into that landscape, finding yourself standing in what looks almost like a desert, with the ruins of an ancient church, in an incredibly quiet landscape. Just the gentle wisp sound of the finest breeze tickling the surface of the dry dirt. Just a few grains rolling on the surface in that breeze. The warmth of a sun beating down on you. And beside that church is a sturdy lemon tree. And that lemon tree is oozing lemon-scented sap down its bark, looking almost like bright yellow sticky honey. And so you head into the ruins of that church. You see what looks like a small flower pot in that church, next to a door that no longer exists. You lift the flower pot and find a tiny key that's been there for generations. You take that key, you walk through the door frame. You head to another door beyond that, and that key fits the door. And as you softly open that door, a sound of bells begins to sound around you, not coming from anywhere specific, almost like it's coming from within you, in all directions. The terrier, rubbing itself against your leg, keeping as close as it can to you as you walk. As you light a lamp and descend some steps down a dark corridor, each step echoing down that corridor and back up to your ears, and then beyond you to that door and back again, almost sounding like each step is heard 3 or 4 times, getting fainter each time your ears hear it, illuminating the stone work of this corridor, seeing signs of damp within this corridor and moss growing on the walls. Heading deeper and deeper under the ruins of this church. Until it opens out into an almost cavernous space of arches holding everything up above. Each footstep echoing and reverberating around this space. While you walk through this space, until you find a plinth, and resting on that plinth is a stone tablet. And you run your fingers over the inscriptions of that stone tablet. And you look around you, and you see that what is on that stone tablet matches images that are on 3 rotatable pillars. And so you head to the first pillar. You twist that stone pillar round until the symbol facing out from the pillar matches the first symbol on the stone tablet. You then head to the second pillar. You rotate that pillar until the symbol on the pillar facing forward matches the one on the tablet. And then do the same with the third pillar. That grinding sound of rotating that stone. And as the third symbol faces forward, so you hear a gentle click. And with that click, you place the tablet back on the plinth. You walk over to a candle holder. You pull gently on that candle holder, and a stone wall slides to one side. And you walk into this secret room. The air in here, thick, warm and still. The sound, dulled by the most incredible mushrooms carpeting the walls, glowing, pulsating, filled with energy. And in the center of this room is a small little wooden box. And on the top of that box are some squares you have to move around. And so you move those squares around, forming a pattern on the top of the box. And once you've finished forming that pattern, the box clicks, and with a slight spring, the lid rises. You open that lid, and inside, resting delicately on a satin bit of material, is a golden ring with what looks like an almost glowing green stone in the heart of the ring. And you take that ring, you place it onto your finger. And as you do so, you feel a rush of energy pulse through your body, followed by a deep release of that energy, and a powerful sense of relaxation and stillness, like your consciousness has suddenly gone quiet, just listening, just being with just awareness. Like everything has suddenly gone still, as if your experience is that there's no reflection of sound, no movement. The pulsing of the mushrooms has stopped, just stillness. and in the stillness before you. What looks like a small gnome wearing green, dressed in corduroy trousers and a waistcoat and a floppy hat and mittens hanging from their sleeves. And pointy leather shoes, walks over to you, greets you and tells you that you now have taken the first step to joining the secret society of magicians. You'll gain the directions and access to the library of knowledge. And if you want to take up the task and want to go down a rabbit hole of learning more about this secret society and uncovering the secret magical knowledge that has been passed down through generations, from teacher to student, you can go and explore. You can head to that library, undertake your study in that library. And in that library, time stands still. And so you can be there and learn and study and read and reread and read again every single document in the library. And you won't age. You'll just increase in how wise you are. While in that library, in that timeless place, in that spaceless time, and you can practice and master all that magic. You can then head to the secret society's school for magicians, where again it's timeless, and it's described as the carnival, the place where you're expected to just practice with so much excitement and intrigue. Leaving those spaces with that fountain of knowledge deep within you, where you can then return to travel the land and live within the land as a magician who knows all the layers of reality. And the level you take as a magician will depend on your dedication. But that's something you can explore if you decide that's something you'd like to do. And they click their fingers above their head, and in a flash of rainbow colours that falls to the ground like water dropping from an exploding water balloon, they disappear. The pulsing begins again of those mushrooms. The gentle, reverberating sounds fill this space once more, reaching over and touching that ring on your finger. You leave this space. You leave this church. You head back through that portal. You talk briefly with that dragon about the experience, about the decision you have now to make, about the crossroads you're at and the paths ahead. And you make your journey back home, knowing things are different within you and for you, and a whole new future has opened up before you. New possibilities, new adventures, and a curiosity if you take this path of magic, of how you'll put that to use, what kind of magician you'll decide to be, and whether you can teach your terrier any of that magic to share this journey together. And once home, after the most pleasing meal, you settle down and drift comfortably asleep. And with your mind full of the most incredible thoughts and a new connection to the world around you. You fall into the most pleasant sleep, drifting and floating, deeply relaxed asleep into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, a bear is wandering through the woods. And as it wanders through the woods, so it's aware of the sounds of the leaves rustling overhead, the crunching of the leaves underfoot, the sounds of birds in that woodland, and the way sunlight dances through the canopy, sparkling across the path ahead. Catching the occasional dust particles hanging in the air. And as the bear walks through this woodland, so the sun continues to pass across the sky. And the bear has been travelling a very long distance. It's travelled through snowy landscapes, over meadows, and into this woodland. And as it continues to travel, and the sun continues to pass across the sky, the light begins to fade. And as the light begins to fade, so the bear takes out a lantern lights that lantern, continuing on in the dark, the light only illuminating a small area around the bear. And the shadows dancing into that woodland. And after the sun has set, so the moon begins to rise. And while the moon passes across the sky, silver shards of light pierce the woodland. And the bear continues moving on. And while walking deeper and deeper into the woodland, they notice glowing orbs floating between the trees off in the distance. And they walk in the direction of those glowing orbs. And while walking in that direction, they're curious what those orbs are. They wonder whether they're fireflies, but they seem a bit big for fireflies. And as they get closer and closer, they make an unusual discovery. That those orbs are tiny, furry kittens with glowing bellies and delicate wings on their backs, almost like wings made of stained glass, and tiny mittens on their paws. And they're flying around in the dark, their feet keeping warm in the night, seemingly playing. And the bear is curious and approaches, and a mum cat is sat in a tree, just watching her kittens as they play. And the bear talks to that mum cat, who explains that they're not like typical cats. They're flying cats. You get flying squirrels. You get other flying animals. They just happen to be flying cats. And they live here in this woodland. And they became flying cats many years earlier, generations ago. And they start off like normal kittens, but then grow up and reach an age where their wings begin to form. And the mum cat stood up, and her wings were much larger, and the moonlight sparkled through those delicate wings. And she leapt off the tree, her wings large enough that she almost hovered to the ground, landing delicately on the woodland floor. and she explained that their species evolved from magic, that they'd encountered a wizard in another time, in another place. And generations earlier, one of them was granted a wish, and their wish was to have wings. And when that wish was granted, it stuck within their gene pool. And the bear found this fascinating and watched as those kittens continued to play and fly before continuing on his journey. And he wandered through the night, deeper and deeper into the woodland. He was heading to see some old friends, and they were staying in a cave deep in this woodland. And he was determined to make it all the way to the cave before stopping, and so he carried on walking. And while walking through this woodland, occasionally getting hungry, picking some berries, and eating those berries on his journey, he could hear a pheasant somewhere deep within this woodland, its distinctive call echoing through the night. And eventually, he noticed a slight glow in the distance, the glow of firelight, likely a fire in the entrance to the cave. So he continued on towards that firelight. And arrived at that cave, where he met up with his old friends, two other bears who'd also travelled from different locations for many miles. And he sat with them at the entrance to that cave around that fire, warmth of the fire tickling his fur. The light from the fire dancing on the cave walls, making shadows leap and dance around the ground and the edge of the woodland. And they sat and made some small talk before moving on to discussions about what they'd been up to, how their journey was, and what their plans are next. And while they talked, one of the bears mentioned encountering a gnome deep within a nearby forest, and that this gnome claimed to have a magical hourglass, an hourglass which could transport you through time, as the sands of time flowed. And the bear was deeply curious and skeptical about this, and so asked some further questions. But the bear that had been on that adventure was adamant that what they said was true. And as the night continued on, so the bears all settled down. They all had something to eat before settling down to bed. And the bear set up a tent near the entrance to the cave. Put that tent up and settled down into that tent. The gently moving canvas in the breeze, the slight cool air meandering its way into the tent, and the bear began to fall asleep, their thoughts filled with the desire to go in search of that gnome, to see if they could unlock the secrets to time travel. And they drifted and floated so peacefully and relaxed asleep after the long walk they'd been on. And the next morning, the idea of tracking down that gnome was still fixed in their mind. And so they spoke to the other bear for directions to that gnome. And the other bear told them where to go. And so after they'd all met and spent the day together and spent another night together, enjoying this time in the company of old friends, before continuing on their journeys, nomadically wandering the land, the bear set off in the direction of the forest, walking from that cave, weaving around the edge of the woodland, heading over undulating meadows, down into a valley, following a gentle river through the valley, which gradually became rougher and faster, bubbling and then thundering. The fresh scent of water splashing up, tickling the nostrils of the bear. As they approach a waterfall, descending even deeper down into this valley, and they shimmy down the side of the waterfall, climbing down the rocks, leaping at times from one rock to another, finding handholds and footholds, bounding their way down to the floor of this valley, down through the most delicate ethereal rainbow, hovering in the mist above the base of the waterfall. And then following the wider river, which spreads out from a pool at the base of that waterfall, and this wider river is calmer and quieter, and the journey becomes more steady and peaceful. And so they continue, following this wide river towards the forest. They walk past a handmade stone bridge. They continue on to the beginning of that forest and head into that forest, noticing the way the sound shifts. The atmosphere changes. The wind calms down. There's a certain stillness in this forest. And they walk among the trees, pushing through branches, weaving around the trunks of the trees. And as they walk deeper and deeper into the forest, scrambling over fallen trees, feeling the warmth of the journey, they think about the directions they were given. And they veer off from the river, heading directly among the increasingly dense forest. Sometimes having leaves and branches catch on their fur, and having to rub up and down against some of the larger trees to rub off some of those branches which have caught in their fur and broken off. And they continue through this forest as day turns to night, resting for a while, and night turns to day. Until eventually they spy a slight clearing here in this forest. And as they walk out into the clearing, so they can see there's a cabin, and around the cabin is the most beautiful garden, the sweetest scent of flowers wafting in their direction, with a plethora of colour and wildlife enjoying those flowers, and colourful birds flitting within the garden, from trees and bushes to plants jumping on the ground in the grass, jumping up onto logs and posts, and they walk up to the front door. They take a deep breath, compose themselves, before knocking gently on that door. And after a few moments, a gnome opens the door and greets them with the friendliest smile and the pointiest of hats, and invites them in. And the bear explains their friend told them about this gnome and about that time-travelling hourglass. And the gnome smiles and says it's true. They do have a time-travelling hourglass. But it may not work the way they expect. The sands of time flow through that hourglass. And to use it, you have to know what time you want to go to. And then you turn it over, and time ticks along. And as time ticks along, so you have to turn it sideways when you arrive at the time you want. And you turn it back over the other way to head back in the other direction. And so you have to be observant of the time. And inside the gnome's home, the bear looks around and can smell the sweetest scent of cooking coming from the kitchen. Perhaps a cake reaching the point of being done in an oven. And that gnome invites the bear to head through to the study. And in the study is a wall of books. And there are all kinds of books on the shelves, old books and newer books, books about various subjects. And the study was propped open by a doorstop. And so the gnome was able to go away and finish up sorting out that cake while engaging in conversation with the bear, as the bear looked around that study, continued to explore, pulling different books off the shelf, taking a look, flicking through a few, smelling a few more, placing them back where they were found. And on some bookshelves, books were propped up with bookends that were really creative ideas. Like the front of a sausage dog in front of some books and the rear of one behind others. And one had the back end of a yeti and what looked like the entrance to a cave. And on the other side of the books was the front end of the yeti, making it look like the yeti was peering through those books. And its eyes were positioned in such a way that wherever you were in the study, they seemed to follow you round. and the gnome came back to the study, and the bear could see that hourglass perched on a shelf, and was surprised at how small the hourglass was. They were expecting something large for something that can travel through time. But it was small enough it could just fit into a pocket. And the gnome took a book from a shelf and sat down and invited the bear to sit opposite them. And as they sat together, so the gnome began to speak. And they said that if you're going to travel through time, you need a good reason for doing so. It isn't enough just to travel for the sake of traveling, because you need to know where you want to go and why. And not just where in time, but you need to know where in space. And sometimes people just don't know. And when you travel through time, you're going to need to keep that hourglass with you. But you need to keep it at the right angle. Up one way for travelling back, up the other way for travelling forward, and on its side for staying where you are. And so the whole time you explore, you have to still manage the hourglass. And that takes some practice to be wandering around and exploring, while making sure the hourglass stays as it's supposed to stay. And the gnome explains that they've developed what's a bit like an orb that you can store the hourglass in. And when the hourglass is stored within that orb, you place it in there, up the way you want it. And then you seal it, and the orb can spin and roll and be thrown around. You can tip it upside down up the right way, tilt it left and right, but what's within it remains in the same orientation you've placed it, while the orb itself does the moving. But then it's too big to fit in a pocket. And the gnome said they have a bag that you can carry, that you can have on your back, that can then store that orb, making sure you're carrying the hourglass, but keeping it just right. And they said sometimes travelling requires knowing when to travel. And the gnome starts telling a story from the book that they've got in front of them about two people, both who wanted to travel to the same place. And one of them was competitive, and they both had things for sale. And the competitive one was complaining, saying that they don't want the two of them to leave at the same time, because if they leave at the same time, they're not going to sell so much because their competitor will be there with them. And they were going to have to go on a journey, not just on their own, but with a whole crew to be able to take all the goods they needed to take. And it was going to be a cross-country journey. And so the calmer one of the two said, well, why don't you go ahead then? If you're worried that us going together may reduce your sales, why don't you go ahead and I'll follow along in a few weeks' time. And so the other one decided that sounded like a good plan. They would go ahead and they would get all of the sales. And they'd make all the money, and the one following along a few weeks later would miss out and not get any sales. And so they set off, and the other one was asked, why did you let them go first? They're going to get all of the sales now. Isn't that bad for your business? And they explain that the one that's gone first has to travel across country, has to push through difficult terrain, has to hack their way through forests. All their horses will graze on whatever old grass has been growing in the locations they stop. It'll be very hard going for them. Whereas by going second, the path through the forests will already be hacked down. New grass will be growing up fresh and easier for the horses to eat. And those who went first will have to haggle and try and negotiate on prices. And they'll obviously want to push to get as much as they can. But by going second, you'll arrive in locations where they've already done that haggling. They've already established what kind of price things can sell for. And so you can turn up and sell for a good price without having to do any pressuring or haggling. And people will be happier to buy. And so sometimes it's better to not be the first to tread a path, but to learn and take advantage of those who came before. And the gnome continued reading from that book, explaining that this book contains knowledge that's helpful to be aware of when you're traveling through time, because you never know what you're going to encounter, and so you need to be observant enough to be able to learn from those who've already been there and done that. And as the gnome continued on, they started talking about how some things in time can change. And they said about how you could have events which are happy and pleasant. You could have events which are really difficult and challenging. Some of those events are perhaps things you'd rather forget. And so you have a whole mix of events, things you like, things you don't like, things you want to forget. And when you can travel through time, you can take a totally different look at time. And as they turn through the pages of the book, they show a page which seems almost like it's moving, like the images on it are alive. And they point out that what you can see on that page is a typical timeline for any individual. And they point out that on that timeline, which looks like a row of slides, there are those slides at the beginning that are white and happy, and mixed in with those slides are some red slides of events which have been a challenge. And at the end, there are more happy slides, but mixed in with those slides are those red, challenging slides. And while both looking at the page, the gnome talks about how time can change and heal. And while talking, on that page, the red slides lift out from that timeline, forming their own timeline slightly separate from the main timeline. And within that timeline, while the gnome speaks, a representation of the being appears before that row of slides. And the gnome talks about how that row of red slides can come together so there's no gap between any of them. So it looks like a rectangle on the page. And each slide is like a moment in time, a tiny, short movie. And while the gnome talks, so that character on the page flashes through those red slides. And the bear and the gnome watch as that tiny character whizzes rapidly through the slides, pops out the other side, looks back at the slides, whizzes back through them all, with them all going in reverse, and pops back out again. And a bit like Newton's cradle, just keeps popping through those slides, faster and faster and faster, until all those red slides begin to bleed together. And as they get faster and faster, passing through those red slides, so the red seems to begin to leak and bleed out of the slides, like an eraser rubbing something away through friction, where something's happening so much in the same location that the friction from that just erases what's there. And it's almost like a red vapor just gently being given off by all those slides, while that being seems to be flashing through them faster and faster and faster, until the red slides become clear and then begin to fill with white. As the gnome continues to talk, and say that having this control over time, this ability to travel through time, to alter time, to pause time, can allow changes in time to occur like this. As that being slows back down. And while they slow down, so those slides spread back apart, the last of the red from the slides dissipating as those slides lower back down into the main timeline. And the gnome says that the being is now free from the pain of those memories, of all those red slides in their timeline. He says, this book allows me to help any being to work through the pain of those slides in their life. I just turn to the page for the being, and that being is totally unaware this is taking place for them, and that I can look down over their timeline and encourage their interaction with their timeline in a whole new way, shaping that timeline, freeing them from the trauma of the past, to create a brighter and new future with many possibilities for them to take. And the bear looks on with intrigue as the gnome demonstrates again. On another being's timeline. And the gnome says that there are many beings out there that have timelines that they just wish they could somehow fix. And one responsibility of this gnome is to help to fix those timelines. But there are so many, and they only do it one timeline at a time. But being able to control time is a huge responsibility. And with the book, they have this meta view of all timelines of all living creatures, from the past, the present, and the future. And it's a never-ending story, a never-ending book of timelines. Whereas the hourglass allows you to drop into specific timelines, to work through specific timelines. And so the book helps to get that overview, while the hourglass helps to really dive down and explore one moment in time. And the bear shares their curiosity with wanting to try out exploring a moment in time. And so the gnome hands them the hourglass and hands them a different book. and tells them to go through that book and find a timeline they would like to explore and pick a point in that timeline. And they flick through that book. And within the book, they find a curious character. Someone that's about to experience something interesting that the bear would never experience. And they say they would like to explore that timeline. And they point to the moment in the timeline they want to go to. And so they then move that hourglass, thinking about that moment in time and the time around them begins to fade and fizz and glitch and shift as they move not just through time but space, until they find themselves in the past, in a different time and place. And they find themselves as a meteorologist called Rose. And this meteorologist is exploring why the climate is so hot. And she's out on a boat, a large boat, a short distance from a tropical island. And the boat is gently bobbing up and down in the water. And she changes into some scuba diving gear. And drops off that boat and begins a descent deeper and deeper underwater. And she slowly and carefully and weightlessly lowers herself down. Bubbles rising up with each breath. Distant sound of whale call. A distant sound of dolphins. A low, distant rumble from a large ship. The light from overhead dancing through the water and rippling on the surface. Schools of fish parting as she lowers and descends. As she sees the pure white sand approaching. And once down at the bottom, the sand churning slightly while she swims just above the surface. She heads along to a device that's pinging, and she looks at that device and she makes some changes to it make sure that it's working correctly. Take some readings from the device. And this device keeps track of the water temperature here, how the water temperature changes, keeps track of the water pressure and how that changes as temperature changes. And time down here seems too slow, right down so comfortably, like everything is becoming still. And she really enjoys her time, weightless underwater, feeling like she's flying. And after getting her readings and checking the equipment, making sure it still all works correctly, she begins her ascent again. But as she goes to ascend, a small glistening catches her attention. And so she swims a little bit over towards that glistening and sees a tiny box on the sea floor. She swims carefully to that box, picks it up and sees that it's a small jewellery box. And she ascends with that jewellery box. And once at the surface, bobbing up and down with the waves, she swims back over to the boat. She's helped out of the water and back on to that boat. She changes into something more comfortable. And as the sun is gently setting over the sea, its light tickling the surface, making the surface sparkle in that orangey setting sun. She opens that jewellery box and inside the jewellery box she finds a ring and a small note. And inscribed on the underside of the ring, it just says, "Forever loved." And the note just says, "Never forgotten." She places that back into the box and seals that jewellery box again. And knowing the deeper meaning, with the deepest kindness and respect, she lowers it back into the water and watches as it sinks out of sight, back down towards that white sand. And once the sun has set here, with the boat gently bobbing up and down and side to side on the water, She sits at a computer, records the information she's gathered, and then sits outside on the boat with no lights, in sight in any direction. And so the blanket of stars overhead fills the night sky, as if hugging the earth. And she watches as the bright light of the International Space Station arcs carefully and smoothly across the night sky, so silently, wondering whether anyone's up there, looking down at her looking up, at that moment in time, and curious what's beyond that space station, whether there could be someone somewhere on another planet, looking into their sky, wondering whether around one of those other stars could be someone on another planet, looking into their sky. And as the moon begins to rise in the sky, so the light hides some of those stars and hides the cloudy view of the Milky Way. And she sits out on this boat until she begins to feel so tired that she drifts and floats peacefully asleep. And the bear moves the hourglass, and time moves around them. And that time moves back to sitting with that gnome. And to the gnome, it's as if the bear had never gone anywhere, had just phased for a moment, and then the phasing stabilized, and they're still here. But actually, in that phase, they were gone for quite some time, following the experiences of Rose. And Rose had dreamt about one day, perhaps flying their own ship in space, and whether that would ever happen. And the bear had felt a deep connection with Rose and their experience. And the gnome, aware that they'd had that experience, and it actually, to them, had a very long day, asked if they wanted to have some of that cake that has been made in the oven. And they sat in the living room of the gnome's home, enjoying some cake by a fire, talking time and time again. And the gnome spoke about different times they visited. They'd visited an explorer who found a temple, they'd visited ancient Rome and ancient Greece. They visited a time when cats came from Mars and space rats flew through the solar system. They visited a time when a watchmaker was making watches to travel through time. They visited times in other realities, in magical realms, and realized there's more to reality than just this one timeline. And that you can spend a lifetime exploring time. And after talking time for a long time, even talking about an encounter with Father Time, the controller of all time, who didn't require devices to access time, but was like time itself. The bear said they were getting tired, and it was now time for them to set off, because they need to find somewhere to go and set up camp and fall asleep. And the gnome said they could stay for the night if they want, and set off the next day. And so they stayed and fell asleep in the most comfortable of beds. And the next morning, before they set off, the gnome gave them a small little prism and said that this prism, if you shine torchlight on it, will split time and show you a timeline spread out, a bit like a light spectrum across a wall. And that light spectrum timeline, you can shift it around. You can see different times, different timelines, and it won't allow you to go to them, but it will allow you to get that overview of them, to pick different timelines, to move the torch around, moving it one way for the past, the other way for the future, moving it back from the prism and forward to the prism to alter which timeline shows. And as you look at that timeline and the way the light splits into that timeline, so the type of timeline you're thinking of, it will find the best fit to show you. And hopefully you can use that to explore your curiosity for time and maybe learn something new that makes you come back here in the future, perhaps as a student of time. and the bear thanks the gnome and sets off on their way. And they start their journey home, heading through the forest, following the river, heading back through the woodland, back through undulating meadows, through mountains. And after weeks and weeks and weeks of travel, they eventually arrive back home. And they settle down for the first time in a very long time in their own bed, enjoying the pleasant experience of their head resting on their pillow, their eyes getting heavier and heavier, and their body drifting and floating asleep as their mind drifts peacefully and deeply into slumberland. And the meadow was warm and comfortable, with the wildflowers growing peacefully, waving gently in the breeze. The sun beating down from overhead, trees rustling in the distance. A bird circling in an updraft. And a pig building a house. And they tried to build that house out of straw, but the house just blew down once there was a big gust of wind. They rebuilt their house with wood, but then an accident with a birthday cake led to that house burning down, and the firemen had to come out and put the fire out. And so now they're building this house out of brick, but they're actually making the brick themselves. They're getting clay and building their own bricks and really taking time to map out the location for the house, to dig down and build the foundations, and then build up from those foundations a nice, solid, sturdy brick house. And they start building the house in the spring on the edge of this meadow. The butterflies flitting from plant to plant, bees buzzing around, birds flying high. They know how it feels to relax while building, feeling so comfortable with the nature around them. The distant sound of the stream, and the satisfaction of every row of bricks laid, of the order of those bricks, and seeing that house gradually rise up higher and higher day after day. Smelling the sweet scent of the wildflowers in spring, occasionally stopping for a break, going and sitting down by the stream, enjoying a piece of cake while resting their feet in the water, feeling the coolness of that water, hearing it trickle by so gently, looking back up at their house, finishing their break, heading back up and continuing to build that house. And while they're building, so they're staying in a tent. And it's a tent that's made to look really nice and comfortable, like a large yurt. And they rest in that tent every night. The sound of the canvas weaving in the wind, the occasional evening cool air creeping through the gaps in the base of the tent and through the door. But being in the coziest bed in that tent, in the thickest, warmest blankets, like hugging a large teddy bear while falling asleep, and falling asleep with thoughts of the tasks to do the next day. And a sense of satisfaction from the tasks they've done that day. And awakening to the gentle glow within the tent of the sun rising and shining on the canvas, and that diffuse glow within the tent makes the whole tent almost radiate with light. And opening the tent and heading out for another day of crafting bricks and then placing one brick on top of another, knowing that once this house is built, they'll have a tale to tell of the previous houses they'd built, what had happened to those houses, and the thought and hard work they put into this one. And as spring moved on gently into summer, so they continued with their building. The meadow filled with long grass, bright flowers, Deer would visit the meadow and graze in the meadow, and rabbits leaping through the tall grass as if trying not to tickle their bellies with that grass, their tails flashing with white as they leapt. And robins would come and perch in trees, singing a beautiful solo song, keeping the pig company as they continued building. And the summer days were long and hot. They'd have to take multiple breaks going into their tent, often spending most of the lunchtime in their tent out of the sun. But they would start really early in the morning. And sunset wouldn't be until really late at night. And even after the sun sets, so the sky is still light. And that slight orange glow of approaching night the pig would work under the gentle light of a torch, just perched slightly away from the house, flickering in the slight, warm evening breeze. Working until the stars were arching overhead. Like diamonds glistening. A treat for their hard work. And they would settle down at the end of a long day, sitting beside a campfire, softly crackling and popping. Shadows dancing, the occasional sight and sound of bats flying overhead, the sound of a distant owl hooting in the woodland. The occasional rustle of animals moving in the meadow. And prancing around in the wood. And the smell of food they would cook late in the evening on that fire. And settling down with a warm, thick drink that brings a deep sense of peace and comfort as that warm liquid flows in their mouth, down their throat, and gently to their stomach. And something about that warm liquid makes their cheeks go slightly rosy, and their ears tingle slightly. And their breathing slows down as they feel a sense of drifting deeper and deeper inside. Into thoughts of the day, the work they've carried out and the work they've still got to do. And as they rest there one night, enjoying that warm drink by the fire, gazing into the fire as it sparkles and flickers, the flames seeming almost hypnotic, they find their eyes gently defocusing, and as their eyes gently defocus, they remember how sad they were when their second house burnt down. They remember the fun they were having before it, the excitement of playing hide and seek, of playing different games, and flash forward. They remember that feeling of excitement when they decided to build a new house and they started working on the plans for this new house, drawing up what it was going to look like, what the foundations were going to be like, what each level of the house was going to be like, where it's going to be situated. And recalling back to that time, finding that perfect hiding place, knowing no one could ever find them. Recalling playing a game where they had to make their way secretly and very stealthily from a starting point to a flag, and their friends had to try and catch them, and crawling through the grass on their belly, feeling the slight tickle touch of that grass on their belly and around their snout as they pushed through the grass so carefully, so quietly. And remembering when they first learned that they could make their own bricks in the new house they were building. And they were being taught how to make those bricks. And how to make the bricks out of just what they can find around where they live. In the meadow, by the stream, and recalling playing that game, sneaking to that flag, and the excitement of getting closer and closer and not being caught. And in a back pocket, having a braided rope they'd made, with a grappling hook tied to the end, and throwing that up from the foot of a tree, it swinging around the tree, catching on the rope, and then shimmying up that rope, up into the tree, pulling the rope up with them, creeping carefully along a branch, overhanging the flag. Reaching down with the grappling hook. That hook swinging gently, left and right, left and right, and circling and spiraling slightly, and managing to catch it just underneath the flag and against the flagpole, and lifting that flag up. And some of the guards of that flag were near to the flag, but looking the other way, not hearing the pig as they sneakily captured that flag, got it up into the tree with them, and then snuck away and won the game. And it was a happy memory for that pig. As they flashed forward to laying that very first brick, knowing that that first brick is the start of a whole new home. Almost like everything that had happened in the middle just fizzed and flickered in the flames of the fire, sizzling, fading, almost like it was glitching in the mind's eye, back and forth, fizzing and glitching, and fizzling out into that fire as it burnt down gently to embers. And as the fire dimmed, so did the negative feelings they had of some of those experiences. They remembered it wasn't the greatest moment, but they'll always have that game and laying that first brick. And with a gentle smile, as the fire turned grey and ashen, and the last of the red of the warm logs disappeared, faded away, so their eyes wanted to close, and so they settled down into that most comfortable bed. And it was perhaps 1, 2, or 4 breaths before they fall asleep comfortably and deeply, dreaming of the future, what it holds and what it will be. Awakening early to that glow through the tent. The fresh scent of the summer air, continuing to build that house higher and higher, feeling like as they build the house, so they're building up a part of themselves those strong foundations. The structure. The decision on which room goes where. And through the long summer days, they get a lot of the work done. And they spend a lot of time dangling their feet in the stream. And as summer turns to autumn, so the house now looks a lot like a house, just missing a roof and half of a top floor. And the autumn days are shorter, and the meadow has dwindled. The long grass is now short. The bright flowers have vanished. And just some soft, silky red roses dotted along the edge of the meadow, among bushes with waxy leaves. The trees now rustling, as if trying to rub off the last of the leaves, and those brown, golden leaves, and the oranges and the different autumn hues, crunching, crumbling, falling to the ground, blowing around as the wind blows a breeze. And while the wind blows a breeze through the autumn trees, so those leaves begin to carpet the floor of the meadow. And as the pig takes their break and walks down to the stream, so they crunch over those autumn leaves. And the water sounds thicker and heavier as it trickles by, and feels cooler to the touch. And the low morning and low evening light dances on the surface of the water, like tiny diamonds jumping from peak to peak as that water flows past. And each morning starts off cold, and each evening ends more chilly. But the middle of each day, there's a certain warmth on the sunny days, and a slight heaviness to the cloudy days. And sometimes it rains so heavily and so windy, they spend much of the day tucked safely away in their tent, the wind and rain buffeting that tent, the canvas shaking, pulsing and rippling, the sound of the rain turning the tent into a drum played by a million insects at once. reverberating through the tent as they wrap themselves up so warm and cozy in that bed. The blanket tucked up just underneath their head. And spending those hours reading a book, sometimes just thinking about what they can cook, because they can't cook outside when it's pouring with rain. And so instead, they have to make do with eating fruit and other food that doesn't require cooking. But on the clear days, they get as much of the building work done as they can. And they can see they're coming to the end of their building. They know it won't take long now to finish building this house. And as autumn slowly transitions to winter, so sometimes rain falls with snow, and the meadow turns to mud, and they slip and slide their way down to the stream, and occasionally have to crack the ice along the side of the stream. And that water smells so fresh and calm. And other times, they wake to it snowing, and the environment becomes still. The colour drains from the environment. The sound becomes soft and muted, and they can see in the snow the most delicate, tiny footprints of small animals which have explored the meadow and nuzzled their heads into the snow-covered land in search of grass buried beneath that snow. And they watch as tiny rabbits leap through that snow. As large deer walk through the meadow and back into woodland, and a curious fox which occasionally comes out from under a bush, roams around for a while, one day even rolling on its back, whipping up the snow with its tail, ending up with a fluffy, snowy white tail, and playing in that snow, leaping off a tree stump, splatting into the snow, leaving a fox print in the snow. as that pig builds the final part of its house, adding the final touches to the roof, just as winter's coming to an end. And as spring dawns, and the first spring sun shines across the meadow, so the house is complete on the outside, and they now begin to work on the inside. They know that their outside is how they want it, and it all looks right. And from top to bottom, they think about the inside, what goes in the different rooms. How do they want it decorated? How do they make the inside how they want it? And so, for a few weeks, they spend a lot of time in the beginning of spring, writing down their ideas, drawing images of what they think it should look like, drawing out the different rooms, taking measurements for their pictures. And as they do, they can see the front of their house, and they feel inspired by what the house looks like, knowing across a year they built that themselves. The strong foundations, and that sturdy built house that fits well in this environment. And they sit in their tent, looking out across the meadow, while drawing their ideas. Before then, seeking the items they need, furnishing that house, placing smaller items, personal items in the house, giving some character to the inside of their house, making their house a home. Watching and noticing the animals that have been around, watching them build this house all year. Now stopping and looking at the achievement. And by the end of spring, the house is as they want it, and they take down the tent. And they throw down some grass seed where the tent has been all year long. And they water that grass seed and leave it to do its thing. And as a celebration of their new home, they plant a seed of a sunflower by their front door, just to the side of the front door. They give it some water. They gently pat the earth, and then they leave that sunflower to grow up in its own way before heading in to their home. Putting on the kettle in the home for the first time ever. waiting and watching with anticipation, transfixed on when the water begins to bubble and boil. Pouring themselves a warm, comfortable drink. And then sitting out on a small porch out the front of their house, holding that drink comfortably. The steam gently rising from the cup. As the sun begins to set. And while the sun begins to set, they drift into a reverie, curious about the day, about the future. About this new home they now have. This is their first day in their new home. And after drinking their drink and going and sitting in a comfortable chair in the living room, beginning to read a book, they decide, with this being their first day, they're going to keep a diary or a journal, a record of this new life and this new home. And they head up to bed and they sit in bed, propped up by a plethora of pillows. And while sinking comfortably into those pillows, with a purple fountain pen, they begin to write a prologue in their journal, telling the story up to their first day in their home. And after writing that prologue, they start to write their first day, their first experiences. And then on the front of this journal, they write a pig's tale. They close that journal. They settle down in bed and drift and float, so peacefully and comfortably asleep, having the most profound sleep, the deepest, most comfortable sleep for their first night in this new home. And the next morning they awaken, curious what to do now they've finished building. They've spent a whole year building this home, and now that it is a home, they don't have a task to fill their time. And so, after breakfast, they head outside they potter around in the meadow. They enjoy the sights and sounds in the meadow, the gentle wispy clouds overhead. But they feel a bit directionless. They feel like they need some kind of a task. They feel restless, like they've got no outlet for their energy. Then as they go and sit down by the stream, they hear the noise of an animal eating the grass, and they gaze up and they see the other side of a stream. Is a llama wearing a polka dot jersey and cherry earrings, with a Mohican of purple hair. And the llama talks softly, gently to the pig, and tells the pig that they're needed, that there's a bigger purpose for them, and there's an adventure for them to go on. And the llama hands them some dark glasses. And when the pig puts those dark glasses on, suddenly it's as if the world is overlaid with a hologram. They see a turtle standing before them. And this turtle explains that they're from another time. And these glasses allow you to communicate and see things almost like augmented reality. And the turtle asks the pig to follow them. And so the pig follows that turtle as they very slowly walk along the far side of that stream. Only it doesn't look like they're actually walking along the stream for the turtle. The pig can't work out where they're walking. But the pig follows them along and heads over past the small, gentle waterfall on the stream, all the way over to a stone footbridge, where a small footpath reaches the bridge, crosses the stream, walks past that stone footbridge, and heads to a large oak tree. And the turtle stops in front of that oak tree and tells the pig this is where they need to go, and gestures to the tree. And the pig takes the glasses off, and it just looks like an oak tree. Puts the glasses on, the turtle is stood there, still gesturing. And so with the glasses on, the pig feels around the side of this tree, pushes on the bark, even tries shaking the tree a little, which just makes the leaves softly rattle and shake. And then while pushing on the tree and walking around the tree, the pig accidentally steps on a root which seems to move and open a passageway into the tree. And the other side of the passageway, as far as it looks on the glasses, is a fizzing blue portal. And the pig removes the glasses, and it just looks like an entrance into the tree. And the pig places those glasses back on again, and the portal is right before them. And so they step through that portal, and their whole body tingles. From the top of their head to the tip of their tail. And everything around them goes electric blue. And in a flash, it feels like they're exiting the other side of this tree. They find themselves in the most beautiful bluebell woods. And they walk through this bluebell woods. The scent of the bluebells filling their nostrils. And they do a mix of looking through the glasses and taking the glasses off as they walk, to try and see if they can notice what perhaps they're here to do. And as they walk, they hear the sound of a drum being played in the distance, an ethereal sound of a tongue drum. And as they get closer to that sound, they wonder whether there's multiple drums being played. But notice when they're near to it that it isn't multiple drums being played. It's a single drum being played. By an 8-legged furry creature that looks a little bit like a cow mixed with a very fluffy animal, where its fur is even more fluffy than a Highland cow. That a Highland cow's hair would even be short and thin compared to this creature. And it had multiple legs playing that drum, almost playing in harmony with itself. Its eyes seemingly glazed over while it was lost in thought, absorbed in the playing. And the pig carefully slowly walked over to them. And as they got near, so the creature stopped playing and looked up at them. And smiled so gently. And they called themselves Noodle because they like noodling on musical instruments, just being lost in the experience of playing music, whether it's playing this magical drum or playing a tree, or even playing the grass and creating music out of thin air. They can even use their fur and turn that into an instrument, which when played sounds a bit like a violin. And so they enjoy just noodling on instruments. And they told the pig that they have a job they need to do and a role they need to take. They need this pig to be something of a secret agent. They're aware of their past, their skill at sneaking. They were watching because they have a connection with all things. They saw the way that pig captured that flag all those years ago. They've seen the tenacity of that pig building a home from the ground up, the patience the pig has deep down, the planning, all these skills that are necessary for working as a secret agent. And they'll send them on a mission, and then for future missions, the crow will deliver a message and leave that message at your home, they say. And your missions take place through time, putting right what once went wrong, each time leaping home, back to that tree, where you'll exit that tree and find yourself back on the edge of your meadow, and they said that this first task, this first mission, you just have to go and retrieve a book. And so to retrieve that book, you'll be given some space and time coordinates. They'll be programmed into the glasses. You'll walk through the tree. You'll find yourself at those coordinates. And every mission will be programmed into the glasses. And so the first coordinates are programmed into those glasses. They head back to the tree, now excited they have something to do. Something to keep them busy, to fill their thoughts. As they head through the tree, with those coordinates programmed in, they exit the other side of the tree, and they see before them a vast, snowy, freezing cold landscape with a single igloo in the middle of that landscape. They head through the strong wind that's nipping at the side of their face, at their ears. They knock on the door of the igloo. An Eskimo invites them in, and it's so much warmer inside the igloo than outside. And the Eskimo knows why they're there, and opens a hatch in the base of the igloo and tells them to head down that hatch. And they lie on their belly on a trolley. They pull a lever and the trolley shoots off down that hatch, rumbling, weaving around an ice path, deep under the landscape. Before coming to a halt at the edge of an ice cliff, looking out under the ocean. And they're surprised by what they see. Under this ocean is a dome. Inside that dome is an underwater garden. And a small little cabin. And so they get off of that trolley. They see next to them is some diving gear. They place on that diving gear. They head through a door, seal that door behind them. They press a button that makes the water slowly fill this space that they're in, until the water inside the space they're in is entirely filled. And then they open the door to the ocean, close that door behind them. The bubbles from their diving gear with each breath, tickling the side of their head as they rise up towards the surface. They swim towards that dome. They find their way to the entrance to the dome. They take the lock-picking kit they have attached to their diving gear. They carefully pick the lock. And as they open the door, so the water floods in with them into the chamber the other side of the door. They seal the door behind them, press a button and the water pumps out of this chamber. They remove the diving gear. They pick the next lock into the dome. And they sneak their way through this garden, getting closer and closer to that cabin. and they can see, off to the side of the cabin, is a creature playing chess against themselves. And the pig wonders who's winning. And that creature looks like a small gnome with a blue floppy hat, pointy ears, a red nose, and a bright green outfit with bright red, slightly curly shoes. And they seem so preoccupied with their game of chess against themselves that the pig manages to sneak their way through that garden, find their way to the side of the cabin. And they shimmy up the side of the cabin, in through an upstairs window, so quietly, so carefully. They tiptoe delicately through the cabin, searching for a bookshelf. And on the ground floor, against a wall, they find a bookshelf. They look for a specific book. And they're scanning the names of the different books. They find the book they're looking for. They carefully pull on that book, and the bookshelf and the bit of floor they're stood on rotates, and they find themselves in a secret area behind the bookcase. They start to descend some steps behind this bookcase, walking deeper and deeper into the bowels of this secret location. And they find a door deep down under the cabin. They pick the lock of that door. They carefully head into this room. And in the middle of this room, they can see an ancient, ornate book floating in a glass case, surrounded by lasers and different protection systems. And so the pig carefully weaves and undulates and worms themselves around the lasers, over some, carefully trotting over them, sliding delicately under others, having to almost leap in a Superman pose between other lasers, tucking their tail in as they go, all so delicately and quietly, until they get up to the glass and they take a look at that glass. And all they've got on them is a pickaxe, and it's only a very small pickaxe, more used for climbing ice. But they realize they need to get through this glass. And so they very carefully score the glass with that axe. And it makes a slight scratchy sound as they do. And then they have to get up to the height of the gap to be able to reach straight through to get the book. And so they jump up as high as they can, catching the axe in a beam overhead. And they throw up their suspenders, catching them on that axe, and hang from their suspenders. They reach in carefully. They grab that floating magical book, carefully remove the book, drop back down to the floor, and begin to sneak their way back out. Heading back out the way they came. Leaving the dome. Getting back to that entrance into the ice shelf. And they can't take the trolley back up to the igloo. But they notice there's another doorway. They walk through that doorway, and before them is what looks like a drop. And as they look down, they notice there's a trampoline down that drop. As they jump as high as they can, and as they strike the trampoline and then spring back up, so they add in some additional strength from their legs. And they spring up high enough to knock a hatch at the surface and manage to grab on to the edge and pull themselves up out onto the snow. And they find their way back to that portal. Passing back through the portal, back out to the edge of their meadow. And they're carrying that book. And as they walk through the meadow, so they encounter that llama again, who takes the book from them, thanks them for the good job they've done, tells them they'll be required, if they're happy to do so, to do many more missions in the future, and that these missions are all about saving reality and putting right things that went wrong. And they'll return that magical book to its rightful place, and changes in a different time and place will be fixed because of them, because a wizard will be able to do what they need to do. And you don't have to know what the changes achieve Because if you've made the changes, life will go on as it's supposed to. And so they tell the pig, from your perspective, nothing will ever seem different, but only you'll know that you're the reason why everything is the way it is. And that you have more importance than you realize. And with that, the llama walks away, seems to almost disappear in a delicate purple cloud. And the pig crosses back over that stream, heads back to their cabin, the sun gently setting. And once back at their cabin, they write in their journal about this first adventure. And at the end of the day, they head to their bed. They settle down so peacefully, so comfortably, and without any effort at all. They drift and float, so peacefully, so relaxed, into slumberland. And there's a boat bobbing gently on a lagoon. And on that boat is a small koala wearing dark sunglasses, a wide hat pulled down low over their head. And the boat is bobbing gently up and down on the water of that lagoon. And the lagoon is so calm and quiet. The sounds of the forest off in the distance. And they're on this boat, elbows resting gently on the side of their boat, looking through binoculars. And watching some people on shore. And they have a little pad beside them that they're writing down notes on. And they see those people on shore. Bring out a large container. Place that container down before them. Opening the container and taking out clear bottles containing a gold gloopy liquid. And one of the people hands that gold gloopy liquid to another one to check. And they take a look at the bottle, they hold it up in the air. They turn it around, closely examining that bottle. And the koala can see on the label for the bottle that it's the legendary golden coconut bubble bath. That's said to be so potent that just a single drop in your bath can fill your bath with calming bubbles that send you into the deepest of sleeps. And after they examine the product, they put it back into the container. And they shake hands, and that container is loaded onto a different vehicle. And then that vehicle drives off from the edge of the lagoon and follows a road round and off deeper into the forest. And the first group go back to their vehicles and head off in the opposite direction. And once the coast is clear, so the koala starts the boat and pilots the boat to the shore and lets that boat run aground, skidding up across that purple soil on the edge of this lagoon. As it scrapes up to a halt, then the koala leaps off the boat, its feet sinking and crunching as it runs into the forest. And while the koala is running through the forest, they grab an item out of their backpack, and while still sprinting, they swing it around up over their head. It extends and clicks and clacks into place. The koala pulls down 2 bits at the side, at the top and the bottom, still swinging it around over his head. And it lands on the ground. As the koala puts their weight onto the top and lands on top of it and begins pogoing at high speed in chase of the vehicle. Pogoing over roots sticking out from the trees across the path, ducking and weaving under branches overhead, sometimes having to put extra strength into the bounce to leap low branches, other times having to skid under branches, carefully holding that pogo stick balanced in the hands and on one leg to slide under the branch, and then nudging the ground to spring back up to continue giving chase. And they can hear the distant sound of that vehicle as they continue to do their best to keep up, heading off the main track, trying to cut the vehicle off. And they can see the edge of the forest getting lighter and lighter, and catch a glimpse through the trees of that vehicle. And they exit the forest. You can see the dust rising from the back of the vehicle. They watch as it heads off, following a track along the side of the forest. And they run across the track, pogo off the end of the track, somersaulting in the air, landing on the back of a giraffe, nudging the side of the giraffe, causing the giraffe to begin to run, its head moving back and forth while it does. The koala bouncing up and down, giving chase to that dust cloud in the distance. And the koala manages to keep an eye on that vehicle, all the way to the vehicle reaching the crossroads, and seeing that vehicle turn left. And so he lets the giraffe slow down and relax. He gently pats its neck, thanks it for its help, and leaps off, flipping in the air, twisting in the air and landing on a foot and a knee on the ground, pogo stick in hand, pressing a button on the pogo stick, collapsing it down and placing it back into his backpack. As he then walks to the edge of that road, and he knows this is a very long road, but there's only one of that road. The road doesn't split. It goes straight on until it reaches a town. And so he knows that he can just follow this road, and the vehicle may travel beyond the town, but the chances are it'll stop at that town. And even if it does go beyond the town, he's resourceful, and he can find ways of working out where it went after it left. Because in this location, there are long distances between turnings, normally splitting at a town or a village. And so he just walks calmly along the road, heading in the direction of that town, and he can see the marks on the road from the vehicle, and there's still some dust in the air. And so as he walks, he takes this chance to radio through and update his unit on what's happening, to let those who hired him know what it is that they're after. And he explains about the bubble bath, and he explains where he is and where he's headed. And as the day wears on and the sun dips lower and lower in the sky, so the koala just feels deeply rested, enjoying the walk, but knows it's time to stop for the night, to set up a camp and continue this journey in the morning. And so he heads a little bit away from the road. He sets up his camp in a small campfire, the flame of the fire gently flickering and crackling before him. He warms up some tea on that fire, gently sips that tea. And notices how he's feeling sleepier and sleepier with each sip he takes. And he takes a little bottle out of his backpack, and with a little pipette he lifts up some of the liquid from that bottle and just applies 1 or 2 drops of that octopus ink from a magical deep-sea octopus to his tea. And as that touches the surface of the tea, so it dissolves in a slight puff of steam. And the tea gently changes colour slightly, turning a little more blue. And he continues drinking that tea as he feels his mind getting lighter, and the lighter his mind becomes, the heavier and heavier he finds his body, and the heavier he finds his body, the deeper and deeper relaxed he gets. And the fire burns down to embers, and he covers over the dregs of that fire so that he can settle down to sleep. He backs himself into his tent, his mind still getting lighter and lighter as his body continues to get heavier and heavier. And he feels his consciousness expanding, his connection to his inner potential. As his eyes close, and a cool, blue, deep relaxation works its way through his head, down his neck, down his arms to the tips of his fingers, gently down his back, his chest, all the way down to the tips of his toes, while his mind drifts even deeper. And as his mind drifts, so he has this sense of floating through the most perfectly blue sky and gently white, fluffy clouds, as if drifting through the sky in a hot air balloon, floating so calmly, so peacefully, towards an emerald castle perched high up on a mountain, overlooking vast waterfalls, an enormous lake, and a wide river, snaking its way through dense forest, with giant birds flying overhead, and butterflies that are the size of dogs, flapping their iridescent wings, the sun shining through those wings like sun through stained glass windows, and fluffy dragons flying off in the distance, circling the mountains, some almost a fluorescent green, others bright pink, others an electric blue. And he finds himself floating through this sky. And as he looks down at his body, he realizes he's just a consciousness, like a ball of energy with the faintest light, travelling through this land. And at the Emerald Castle, he passes straight over the giant waterfall, over the vast stone bridge, through the enormous wooden gates, right up to the front door of the castle. And as he has a sense of resting down at the front door of the castle, he notices he seems to be in a body. And he feels himself to be in a four-legged body. And as he goes to knock on the door of the castle, so he discovers that he's a bulldog. And so he nudges the door with his shoulder a few times to knock. And then he waits and can hear the most delicate walking the other side of the door. And he's looking up as the door begins to open to see who's opening the door. And he can't see anyone there, and then he looks down. There's a tiny little mouse wearing a door person's outfit with a little red hat, red trousers, well-polished red shoes, and a red blazer. And the mouse invites him in and gestures for him to come in. And so he walks in along a thick red carpet in this emerald green castle, and can see up some steps at the far end of this hall is a really ornate chair. And he walks towards that chair. And as he gets closer and closer, he can see a comfortable cushion resting on the chair. And resting on that comfortable cushion is a curled up, sleeping, purring ginger kitten. And he walks over towards that chair, towards that kitten, stands at the foot of the steps, and you can hear the kitten purring and gently breathing. And then a little mole stood dressed in a jester's outfit, very politely just waiting there. leans over and whispers to the kitten, waking that kitten up. And the kitten stretches, arches its back and up, stretches its front paws forward, opens its mouth, sticks its tongue out, does an enormous yawn, blinks a few times, before circling around a little bit, facing forward and sitting upright, looking out and over at that bulldog sat at the foot of the steps, and says it's time for tea, and the mole walks off. And then asks why this bulldog is here. And the koala speaks and says this is a dream. I've not worked out why I'm here yet. I fell asleep and I'm here as a bulldog. But I don't yet know, until it's happened, my purpose for this visit. I just saw the Emerald Castle, and I knew that this was where I had to go. And the mole comes back, gives a little nod, and then faces forward and stands politely. And the kitten asks for more information about what perhaps this koala, who looks like a bulldog, could possibly want. And they explained how they'd laced their sleepy tea with the magical octopus ink, so that they could have this experience, so that they could heighten their awareness, to be able to track down some people that they're seeking, and to be better able to fulfill their mission. And so they don't fully know yet how that's going to happen, and what they're going to gain from the experience. And while talking, the sound of a trolley with a wonky wheel, and some china on that trolley, rumbles and bumps and clatters across the stone floor of the castle. And then up onto the rugs in the castle, and pushing that trolley is a platypus whose tail keeps slapping the ground with every step. And they're wearing a pinny, and they're wearing some rabbit ears, and a blonde wig. And the koala finds themselves just staring and watching, and finding this curious. And the platypus winks as if somehow revealing something that this koala is supposed to pick up on. And serves up that tea. Gives some tea to the cat and offers some tea to the bulldog. And the bulldog politely sits down and starts drinking that tea, and can feel that tea, the warmth of that tea, go down their throat with every sip. And while drinking the tea, the koala feels their experience deepening and a connection forming. And the platypus offers a round cake, and the cat takes some cake, and the bulldog takes some cake, and they begin to eat that cake. And they feel something shifting inside themselves. They feel their body changing from a bulldog body to something warmer. And their body begins to fizz and tingle. And they feel the warmest, most pleasant sensation through their mind and body, like a full-bodied hug that passes deep into their psyche. And they start to notice a glowing around them. And the cat just watches and smiles. And as that kitten watches and smiles, so they realize they have wings, and they leap slightly in the air and can see their reflection in a mirror beyond that chair, and notice they've turned into a phoenix. And they land back down. And the kitten says that you've now risen from the ashes. You've accessed that deeper part of yourself. You've drunk this magical tea. You've eaten that cake. And this has helped you to change on a deep level, to have certain abilities that you came here knowing you were going to have, you just didn't know that you knew it yet. You weren't consciously aware those changes were going to be had, but all the clues have been there since the start. And the cat then clicks a paw as the Emerald Castle vanishes, and while they fade away and everything around fades away, so they turn around as if relaxing back down into that cushion. And the koala finds they're a phoenix, glowing, flying in space, seemingly weightless, just floating there with no up, no down, no left nor right, no back nor forward, just them floating, flying in space. And as they look around, they see the way the stars twinkle and shine around them. And those stars begin to interconnect like silver spider's web, weaving the stars together around them in a cocoon of comfort, with silver threads surrounding them in all directions. And that cocoon of silvery comfort begins to glow with bright white light. And their mind begins to glow with bright white light as they relax deeper and deeper asleep. And they awaken the next morning to the gentle sounds of birds in the forest. And they leave their tent, they pack up their tent, and their mind still feels light as they continue their journey along this road, heading towards the town in search of that vehicle. And they get their pogo stick out again to speed up their journey, bounding along that road. And they can see the town in the distance, and very slowly the town becomes more and more in view as they rapidly approach. And eventually they arrive at the town, and they don't know if those people will still be here or if they will have already moved on. And this town is bustling with people. So they head to the main bar in the town. They know that if anyone knows of travellers through a town, it's those who work in a bar. And in that bar, they learn that the people they're seeking stayed for the night, but have continued on their journey. And there are two roads out of this town, one going straight on and one turning right. And they took the road going straight on. And so the koala knows that they're not that far ahead. But as the day goes on, they should be able to catch up. But it'd be very hard to catch up if they continue trying to do this on foot. And so they try to find a horse or something they can ride. Maybe someone's got a vehicle they can use. And they get given a horse. And they jump on the back of that horse. And it's the most pure white horse, almost glowing. And it seems to almost hum with each step. And that horse gallops out of the town, following along in the direction of the vehicle. And as the day goes on, so the horse begins to catch up on the vehicle. Because as the day goes on, and the road gets further and further from any town, the quality of the road gets more bumpy with deeper holes and more difficult to drive through. And so the vehicle has had to slow down a bit, whereas the horse can just carry on. And the koala can see the cloud of dust rising from the vehicle, and as approaching closer and closer, can begin to hear the faint rumble of the vehicle. And then sees that vehicle pull over at the side of the road, and so stops on the horse. And pulls over himself, and sitting on the horse, looks through his binoculars and can see that they're setting up a camp. And he watches while they set the camp up. They set up a perimeter. They seem to have some people that'll stay awake and keep watch, while others will get a chance to sleep. And he assumes that during the night they'll take turns. And so he decides to get a few hours sleep himself, and he'll wake up in just a few hours before they change over, so that he can take action just after they've changed over, using the changeover and the noise of the changeover as a chance to get closer. And so he rests and sleeps for a little while as the sun sets and the sound of crickets rise around him. And he awakens just a few hours later, feeling refreshed, and sneaks his way down to where they're camped. And thinks about blending in. And as he thinks about blending in, so while walking past the trees, he finds himself changing, not just colour to match the trees, but his skin makes subtle changes to soften his outline. And so he slowly moves, while his skin shifts to match his environment. He walks around near the camp, sneaking around, watching the changeover happen, getting closer and closer as those changing over stomp around, not realizing how much noise they're making. He finds his way to the vehicle with that container in it, stands against the vehicle, his body blending in with the vehicle. carefully worms his way around the side of the vehicle and tries to very quietly open the back of that vehicle. The lock on the back of the vehicle opening with a slight creak. And so as to not make too much noticeable noise, he picks up a stick, throws it as far and as hard as he can in the opposite direction into the woods, and watches as it's flying through the air and holds that lock. And just as it strikes a tree and lands in the woods, he pulls the latch across, making less noise than the stick clattering against the tree, as he sees those keeping watch turn towards the noise and one go and investigate, assuming it's just an animal in the forest. As the koala carefully pulls the door shut behind him, flicks on a light, finds the container, opens the container and sees that it contains all those glowing bottles of bubble bath. And so he has to figure out how to get these bottles out of here. And each bottle isn't too wide. And so he gets into his backpack and he pulls an umbrella out of his backpack. And the umbrella has a laser that comes out the top of it. And it's also a bulletproof umbrella, and he doesn't need it being bulletproof right now. He doesn't need to expand the umbrella, but he points that umbrella at the ground and carves a small hole into the base of this vehicle. And then very carefully places each of those bottles of bubble bath through the hole to now be under the vehicle, and then pulls the container over the hole. And then sneaks out of this vehicle, sneaks around the side of the vehicle, takes a coat that's a waterproof coat for if he needs it out of his backpack, but it's also a coat that's a bit like a chameleon itself, that just blends with the surroundings. And he places that under the vehicle, crawls under the vehicle, moves all of those bottles of bubble bath into his coat, zips his coat up, ties the sleeves up, ties the hood to the sleeves, and then ties the base of the coat to the sleeves. And as he drags it along the ground, it's slightly rattling with all those bottles inside. He blends in and can't be seen. And his coat just looks like a rock. That to anyone watching, it would look like a rock is moving slowly along the ground. And whenever it stops, it blends in with its background more fully. And he tries to pull that slowly, carefully towards the forest, with his idea being that he'll head into the forest away from the camp first, and then arch round back to where his horse is, cutting round through the forest. And once he's dragged that deep enough into the forest, he leans down and hoiks it up onto his shoulder, where he can make a bit more noise now, and begins to walk back to the horse. That jacket over his shoulder. He finds his way back to his horse, attaches it to the back of the horse, climbs onto the horse, and decides not to hang around, but to get out of there now. And so he heads back in the direction of the town. And once back at the town, he follows the other road to head away from the town, with only the moonlight guiding him. And he can see another town in the distance as the sun begins to rise and the horse begins to tire. And he heads into that town. He finds a tavern to stop at, heads in and asks for a room for the day. He heads up to that room, and with exhaustion and no thought at all, he just flops onto the bed and drifts and floats, deeply asleep. While his horse outside the tavern enjoys some food and water, before itself just settling down onto the ground, curling up and relaxing asleep. And after many hours of sleep, the koala awakens and goes over to one of the tables, takes a gramophone out of its bag, puts that gramophone together, takes a record out of its bag, places that onto the gramophone, carefully begins to turn that record and then lower the needle onto the record. With a hiss and a scratch, voices begin to come from that gramophone. And after turning that record for a while, so it continues on its own. And the voices coming from the gramophone start asking if he's completed his mission, and he explains that he has. That he's got hold of that bubble bath, and so there's no need to worry anymore. And he gives the location of that group that he just got the bubble bath from, and says where they're heading, and that they probably won't notice the bubble bath is gone until they reach their destination. And the voice says that they'll send people to go and pick them up. And and the voice tells the koala to dispose of that bubble bath. And so the koala goes to the bathroom with all of those bottles, and with a tap running, begins to pour those bottles of bubble bath into the bath, just watching the bubble bath flow down the plug hole, leaving behind a trail of dense, white, sleepy bubbles, and the air filled with the most intoxicating, incredible, sleepy scent, with the koala feeling deeply tired and sleepy just from that smell, let alone being in a hot bubble bath. And that deep coconut scent fills the bathroom, begins to fill the whole of this room. But eventually, the koala manages to pour all of that away, proud to have done their bit again, to avert a crime happening, that those people are no longer going to be able to go and distribute that bubble bath, to make all of the people in a building they plan on robbing feel so tired and sleepy that they head to sleep into the deepest of sleeps and are no threat while they come in and steal the world's largest diamond from their safe. And after the koala has done their job, they set back off again, just on foot, awaiting their next mission, walking from this town, walking off into the sunset. And long after the sun set, and they've walked for many miles, they've turned off track and walked for many miles in open countryside. They set up camp. They reflect on their experience, on the dream that gave them their chameleon-like abilities. And they drift and float, so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland. And a boat is rocking gently on the ocean, wobbling up and down with the waves, almost hypnotically moving side to side as those waves flow past, rolling peacefully to the shore. The sound of water lapping against the underside of the boat, the slight sloshing sound of that water, the gentle creaks and sound of movement as the boat peacefully undulates on the waves. And on this boat, is a panther on a quest in search of a treasure chest. And this panther is sat at the back of the boat with a map of the ocean and the land around, and a bright red cross marked on that map. And the panther looks around and squints, looking off into the distance, looking for any signs of landmass on the horizon. Looks at the sun and the shadows. And tries to work out exactly where they are and how close to that X they are. And while resting on this boat, looking at this map, they can smell that salty sea air. And they decide that they're fairly close to that X. And they head to the front of the boat. Push the lever forward, the motors whirring at the back, moving that boat just slowly around, with their eyes firmly fixed on the sonar screen, hearing that ping as it scans the ocean floor. And just moving slowly through the water. And circling around, moving slowly back in the other direction, scanning an area where they expect to find that treasure. And then scanning back the other way as the sun continues to creep slowly across the sky. Just plodding across that sky. With its regular pace, until the sky begins to darken and the horizon begins to turn orange and the air begins to cool. And then the stars begin to appear in the sky, and the glint of the silvery moon starts to rise over the ocean. With the surface of the ocean sparkling like a million diamonds dancing on the surface of the waves. And the panther continues to scan the ocean floor until eventually they get a ping back that there's something there. And with that ping back, they head to the back of the boat. They lower an anchor, its chain unfurling as the weight of the anchor drags it down to the ocean floor. And find something to hang on to with a gentle thud. They then place an automated submarine into the water, and they begin to steer that automated submarine down towards the ocean floor, And as it lowers, so they turn on the lights. And they can see on a screen as they navigate it, almost like navigating on a computer game. They can see the murky water, seaweed drifting past the screen as they lower that all the way down until it reaches the ocean floor. And on the ocean floor they navigate it to the location that pinged on the sonar. And they can see in that location what looks like the ruins of an old ship. And they carefully navigate into those ruins, watching small fish darting in and out of the ruined ship. An eel weaving its way out of the way and out through a window. And they navigate it down a corridor in that ship. This ship, reclaimed largely by nature on the ocean floor, with life surrounding all the old wood. Then finding a damaged trapdoor and very carefully manoeuvring that automated sub down through that trapdoor, looking around, the lights glinting off metal plates and other bits and pieces left lying around down here as propellers of the submarine churn up gentle waves of silt and sand. And they have to wait for a moment with the propellers off for all that to settle before making the next move. And it's a very slow and delicate job. But as they explore, they eventually find what they were looking for. In the corner of a room, all weathered by the time of the water and reclaimed by nature, is a wooden chest that glistens and sparkles with golden straps around the outside. And it looks like perhaps it's diamond encrusted, as if it's very important. And the panther carefully maneuvers that sub back out the way they came, very carefully back out of that trapdoor. Weaving it back through that boat, and carefully and slowly back up to the surface, and then lifts it back onto the boat, cleans it off, closes the computer, feels a sense of excitement that they found what they're looking for, and that tomorrow they'll be able to go down and try and reclaim that treasure and bring that treasure up to their boat. And with that, they head to bed on the boat. They rest down and almost being gently rocked to sleep by the waves rolling by. And the silence being almost deafening, of no bird sounds, no other nature sounds, just the occasional creak and sound from within the boat, and the sounds of the water churning and bubbling against the underside of the boat, and that gentle rocking feeling. They drift and float, peacefully and comfortably asleep. And as they drift and float asleep, so they dream of being an explorer, of finding treasure, of changing lives with their discovery. And they drift deeper and deeper asleep, enjoying the most peaceful, restful sleep, before awakening the next day. And once they're prepared for the day, they get into their diving gear, head to the back of their boat, and the low morning sun is almost bobbing on the horizon, just tickling the surface of the water. A slight orangey yellow glow dancing along the water's surface. They drop off the back of the boat, begin to lower themselves under the water, taking with them a hook on the end of a chain that's gradually unfurling as they dive. And they can hear the low sound of that chain unfurling and gradually passing into the water as they drag it deeper and deeper. And as they go deeper and deeper, so they turn on lights on their diving suit. And with their flippers, they push further down, their breathing bubbling upside them. The bubbles tickling within their fur. The slightly cool water moving around within the suit. With every movement they make. And they head down to the ocean bottom, along the bottom of the ocean. Swim in through the side of that boat. Find their way down to that trapdoor. And then they swim down into the trapdoor, over to that chest. And it takes a while, but they attach the hook and the chain around the chest. Then they do their best to manually move the chest to beneath the trapdoor. Then get beneath the chest and lift and push it up through the trapdoor. As it thuds down with a creak onto the wooden surface within the boat. Then they swim up through the trapdoor and lift and pull that chest through the boat, just trying to get that chest out into the open, out onto the open ocean floor. And once they get that chest out into the open ocean, so they follow the chain, swimming all the way back to the boat. Coming up next to the back of the boat, the sun catching their face with its warmth, the waves lifting them up and down, slightly out of time with the boat. And they go right over to the back of the boat and climb themselves out. They go and change out of the wetsuit and their diving gear. They have a rest for a moment and have a drink of tea before then going and starting to reel in that chain, just slowly and carefully. And as they reel in that chain, they can notice the weight of that chest on the chain. They pull that chest all the way to the boat. And once at the boat, they help the chain, hoiking it out of the water, carefully lowering it onto the floor on the back of the boat. And then they undo the chain. They let the last of the water flow off of that chest. You take some photographs of the chest. They have a look at how they might be able to get into it. Before just deciding to break the lock. And this chest was sealed so tight that as they broke the lock and then broke the catches, it gave a hiss as air finally managed to escape it, as if the air inside the chest was under some pressure. Perhaps what stopped the water getting in. And as they opened the chest, they saw that inside it was the softest, silkiest purple material. And resting on that purple material was a single silver feather pen. And next to that pen was a tiny pot. And at the back of this chest were some sheets of parchment, most of them unused. And they took that silver feather pen, the little container and the parchment, through to the main part of their boat, placed them on a table, and started to take a look at them before going back, just re-examining the chest, see if there was anything else there. They checked under the material and found this was all that was in the chest. And they were led to believe that this was a treasure chest that people have sought for hundreds of years. And they opened up the ink and found that it was a purple pot of ink. And it had a slight fruity smell to it, a very pleasant scent. And they took the parchment, and they could feel that parchment in their fingers, the slight coarseness to it. And they spread that parchment out, and they saw that one of the bits of parchment had some scribbling on it, and perhaps some writing, and the other parchment was clear. And they carefully dunked the tip of the silver feather pen into the ink, and it was almost as if the pen drank some of that ink, sucking it up. The nib of that pen turning slightly purple. They dabbed it onto the parchment and then made their first stroke, and then another and another. And as it scratched across the parchment, they felt themselves almost drifting into a reverie, as if their hand was just mapping something out on that parchment, almost as if they were possessed or in some kind of altered state, just one with the pen. Their mind almost seeming to go blank. And then as the pen stopped moving, so their eyes focused back on the parchment, and they saw what looked like a circle drawn on the parchment, with some shading around the outside of the circle, as if to make it more 3D and appear a little deeper. and they'd coloured in the centre of that circle with some lines to make it look like it's got some depth. And they picked it up to take a good look at that. And they couldn't understand what they'd drawn. They put it to one side. They put the pen down, the ink down. They moved it all out the way and sat just drinking a glass of water and feeling dejected. They'd put many years into tracking down this treasure. And all they found is an old silver feather pen and some paper. And they wondered whether there was anything else down there on that boat. But this was well stored in a very secure treasure chest. And it seems unlikely that there would be another treasure chest down there. And they never saw any evidence for one. And as the day continued on and the sun plodded across the sky, so they continued to try and think through what their next course of action should be. And the sun began to set, and the moon crept up in the sky, and the silvery light of the moon shone low through the windows of the boat, tickling the surface of that parchment, which started to glisten and fizz and crackle, drawing the attention of the panther, whose ears pricked up as they looked over. And they could see on that parchment silver sparkles happening where the ink was. First just fizzing and popping, but then beginning to turn slightly smoky, almost like fog, but with a silver quality. And then the centre of the circle began to darken. And as it darkened, so it looked like it was beginning to spin. And as it began to spin, so it started to appear deeper and deeper, as if it was extending somehow out, back, beyond the parchment. And the panther went over and carefully picked up that parchment. And there was no damage to the table, so it couldn't be going back through the table. But it definitely looked like it was getting deeper and deeper. And they moved it around and looked around it in different angles. From the side, it just looked like a sheet of paper, and from the back, it was just a normal flat sheet of parchment. But from the front, it had depth. And they placed it on a chair and sat down opposite it gazing into it, trying to really work out what's going on, thinking they can almost make out subtle shapes within that slightly twirling vortex that's appearing on the page. Hearing that fizzing and popping, sounding like it's starting to wrap around them, as if it's coming off the page. And as they lean forward to look even harder, so they start to feel almost like pins and needles around their nose and their cheeks, around their forehead. The tips of their whiskers tingling, the fur on the back of their neck vibrating, their ears fizzing, and they had a sense that with their eyes they could see their nose elongating, and found themselves drawn into this picture, somehow sucked into that vortex, with everything turning a silvery colour, and then white, and then out of the white turning black, and out of the black finding themselves in a meadow at night, with a silvery light behind them, what looks like that parchment still fizzing and popping, and seeing in the parchment the faintest hint of looking back at the inside of the boat. And they turn and they look around them, and they can smell the different scents of the flowers in this meadow. And being curious, they begin to investigate. They make a note of where this location is and start to explore the meadow. And as they walk around this meadow, so they can hear the sounds of night animals. They can see a different moon to the one they're used to, and a very small second moon, but they can't tell whether it orbits the moon in this sky, or it's just two moons visible from this planet. And the night sky stars look very different to the stars they're used to. And the scent of the flowers throughout this meadow smell familiar, and yet some are slightly different. And there's the fluffiest of moths darting in and out of some of those flowers, and some nighttime birds exploring some of those flowers, buzzing before the flowers, extending a long tongue into the flowers, backing themselves out, and then flying to another flower. And they brush past some pink flowers that are tall and almost bell-like, but they smell of the sweetest scent of lavender. And as they put their noses forward to get a closer scent. So they notice the inside of these flowers seems to be oozing a slight green goo. And as they touch that goo, it's ever so slightly sticky. They touch it with a paw, and as they dab on their paw, so they find that stickiness seems to make it stretch, almost like it's turning to candy floss between the fingertips. And then a bird comes over, hovers before the flower, extends its tongue, and seems to drink out and suck out that green goo. Just carrying on its night's work from plant to plant. And something about this place just feels so calm. There's a deep sense of peace and serenity, as if there's a harmony here between all things. And they continue on through the meadow to a distant sound of flowing water, and the water is just bubbling along somewhere beyond the undulating hills of the meadow. And they push on through the meadow, rustling through the grass, the way the moonlight seems to dance along the surface of the grass, which moves like waves on the surface of the ocean as the wind blows the softest breeze. And while walking, they spy a large shadow, and they can hear the chewing noise of some large animal. And as they get nearer and nearer, so they start to think it's like a wildebeest or some other big mammal. It seems to be eating the grass the way a cow or some other similar kind of animal would eat. But when they get nearer and they can start to see it, its skin is very much like that of an alligator's skin, and its head looks very much like an alligator's head, except that where there would ordinarily be rows of teeth are just floppy lips slapping together. And behind those floppy lips are very flat teeth, with the front teeth being almost like little spades, and those lips that are smacking together seem to have the dexterity of a model maker, being able to carefully pick exactly which blades of grass they want, being able to put their mouths down, scoop through the grass, grabbing the grass, but only taking the bits of grass that are ready to be eaten right now, while leaving the rest there to continue growing. And they pretty much ignore the panther, just very slowly working their way through that grass. And they seem to have a long tail and broad legs and feet, and their belly is very low to the ground, almost as if they just slide through that grass, punching their way perhaps all day and all night to be able to eat enough to keep themselves full. And the panther continues on, heading towards that sound of water. And they head over one of the hills, and they see a tiny brook weaving its way through this meadow, glistening with the moonlight. And standing in the water is a bird that looks a bit like a flamingo, standing tall, and occasionally tilting itself over, scooping its head through the water, and then tilting itself back again, with some of that water dripping from its mouth, those drips sparkling like diamonds as they fall back to the water. And then repeating the same again and again. And they pass all the way down to that brook, wade through the brook, and head into the woodland on the far side of the brook. And they hear what sounds like the end of a whip as it cracks when it breaks the sound barrier. And wonder where the sound has come from. And then they hear it again and again, all coming from behind them, from the direction they've just been. But they continue on, walking into this woodland. And they see a little creature, hearing it scurry around a tree, its toes tapping gently against the bark of the tree. And they watch as it climbs up to a branch and stops and turns and looks at them. And it kind of resembles a chipmunk. And they head over in the direction of that little creature. And they try and talk to the creature, and they're surprised when the creature seems to understand them and responds. They explain that it may sound absurd but they stepped through a bit of paper and found themselves here, and they don't know where here is. And the chipmunk doesn't understand the question and can't really comprehend the idea of something coming from somewhere else. To them, here is just here. It would be like someone saying they came from somewhere else. Where are they when you're on the planet or in the place you just know? And so they explain where here is, where this wood is, but they explain it all in relation to what they know here. And they say that their name is Gonk. And while they talk, so their teeth just keep on chattering. And their teeth chatter between every single word that they say. And then there's another sound, like the cracking of a whip. And so the panther asks, "What is that sound? What's making it?" And they say that it's those creatures that hang around at the brook. They scoop up very, very, very tiny creatures out of the water. And they scoop them up and gradually fill up a pouch within their neck. And they have to do multiple scoops to fill that pouch as much as they can with the creatures. And then once the pouch is fully filled up, they breathe in and they push the air through the pouch, which forces the water out at such a high speed that it makes that cracking sound. And all they have left within the pouch are the creatures they're eating without any of the water. And that those birds, as the panther would say they probably are called boomwhackers. They whack their head in the water. They do that multiple times, and then they let out that loud boom. And that's just how they feed. And the chipmunk explains that if you'd like to know where here is, and perhaps why you're here, you should go and talk to the wise one who lives in a hut deep in the woods. They largely keep themselves to themselves. And they give the panther directions. And so the panther thanks the chipmunk and sets off, walking their way through this woodland, the finest of mists, gently wisping around their feet and parting with each step. And the moonlight dancing through the trees overhead streams of light, intertwining as the wind blows a breeze. The leaves rustling, and this woodland being so peaceful and so calm. And they work their way through this woodland, following the directions from the chipmunk, until they can smell the distant smell of cooking. Almost like someone's having a barbecue. And they see a distant glow. And they continue on through this woodland until, framed by the trees, they exit that woodland towards a small cabin, its windows glowing gently. A wispy tuft of smoke rising from the chimney. A small seating area outside the front of this cabin, and someone sat there near a campfire, crackling away, the flames dancing gently in the breeze. And as they get closer, they see the character wearing a purple robe. And the closer they get, the more distinctive that character is. They look so much like a beagle, just with ever so slightly droopy eyes that just make them look extra friendly. And a sloppy smile. And the first thing they do on seeing the panther is offer the panther a drink. And they say, "Hi, I'm Gizzy, I'm the Wizzy. Let's get fizzy and drink some drink. Drinking this drink will make you fizzy, and the fizzy will make you dizzy. And as you get dizzy, so your world will spin. And as your world spins while you get a little dizzy, sitting here drinking this fizzy with Gizzy, the Wizzy from a land you don't know, you'll find that spinning world becomes clear. And as the spinning stops, so you'll discover something here." And the panther sits down on a log, the side of their face and their fur gently massaged by the warmth from the fire, the light dancing almost hypnotically before them, the drink fizzing and popping in a glass. And they take a swig of that drink, and their mind starts to spin, and their consciousness begins to fizz, and they feel that tingling sensation like they did when they passed through the portal. Only this time, the tingling is all over and seems to be connected with this reality. and they fizz, and they can feel that tingling from the top of their head to the tips of their toes, down their spine, like getting the finest massage. And they feel a deep wave of relaxation pass through them. And then a certain clarity starts to come across their vision. As they look around, it's as if the world is singing, as if they can hear the hum of every atom in this world, as if they can see the vibration of every particle, and the way that every single atom, when they look closely, is just a fuzzy blob, and that each fuzzy blob is just gently tickling every other fuzzy blob, and the edges of all the fuzzy blobs merge and weave and interact, and that there's no distinction between any of the fuzzy blobs. There's no space between them and a tree. There's just a path of endless fuzzy blobs in all directions. And then their senses begin to adapt slowly, carefully, to this new perception of reality. Just like your eyes adapting to the light when you move from the darkness. And as they adapt, so everything comes into sharp focus, they can see clearly. And they can see that beagle just sat opposite them in their purple cape, with their hood up. And they notice that that beagle has a tuft of grey beard, and the friendliest brown eyes. And the panther asks them again that they're a bit confused. Who were they? And they say that their name is Gizzy and they're the wizard. And so the locals and everyone here just calls them Gizzy Wizzy. And that name seems to have stuck on. They quite like it. And so they even use it themselves. Why not use a nickname you like? And they discuss this land. And then they share that they want to show something to the panther. They ask the panther to follow them into their cabin. They walk through the cabin. They walk to a bookshelf at the back of the cabin, and the books on this bookshelf are incredibly dusty, and they blow off some of that dust and then wave it from in front of their face before reaching for one of the books, pulling on that book, and with a click, the bookshelf swings open gently and silently, and they move the bookshelf aside, gesture for the panther to follow. They descend a spiral staircase deep down under the cabin, lights turning on as they go. And at the foot of the stairs, where the air is so still and the silence is almost palpable, they reach for the door and they look up at the panther with anticipation, for carefully, with a smile, opening the door, and the lights pounce on with the most comfortable glow to reveal a vast underground library made up of books and scrolls, with the strongest old book smell wafting from this library, filling the panther's nostrils. As they pad across the floor, gazing up at all the shelves, and Gizzy guides them through this library to the back of the library. And at the back of this library, they show them a small table, and on that table is a writing set and some parchment, just like the writing set and parchment that they'd found on the ship, with a silver feather pen and that purple ink. And they realised the material of the purple cloak that Gizzy's wearing is the same as the material that was in that treasure chest. And they explain that the treasure was the gift of being able to connect our two worlds. That with the magic of here, with this drink that allows you to see the deeper nature of reality, it allows you to be able to know how to manipulate the nature of reality, because you realize there isn't a separation between reality and you. You are reality. And once you realize that, it's like suddenly being aware of the rules of the Matrix. And so they had travelled to the panther's reality centuries earlier, because they had explored this reality, had understood this reality, and wanted to get to understand other realities, and wanted to find someone to partner with in the other reality, who they could share their wisdom with, and then they can learn about the other reality, and those in the other reality can learn about their reality. But then something happened in the panther's reality. And people stopped travelling from one place to another. Until now. And Gizzy explained how you create a portal, how you can erase the writing and the images on a parchment, so that you can reuse that parchment again. And explain that it should have said on a piece of parchment with the set the instructions for making the ink. And the panther says there were some markings and some scribbles, but they couldn't understand them. And Gizzy explains they will now. The way to make the ink is a way that could be made in any reality. And once you know how to make the ink, as long as you write with the correct pen, using that silver feather pen, and you write on the correct parchment, using that supplied parchment, then you can create these portals back and forth. And there's a lot more you can do as you learn and discover. And they write down the instructions for being able to make that drink. And they hand them some of the ingredients that can't be found in their own reality. And Gizzy asks if the panther would like to spend the night, as it's getting late. And they can talk and they can discuss this reality. They can even explore the library for a while and then get some sleep before heading back to their reality in the morning. And after relaxing by the fire in this cabin, both sat down in the comfiest of seats, the fire hypnotically glowing in the fireplace, moonlight tickling the window panes. With light gradually creeping through those windows, and dust dancing in the beams, and the gentle smell of the fire as it burns down to embers. While they both sit and drink a warm cup of tea before they head to bed, and the next day the panther awakens clear-headed, feeling like they've had the best night's sleep. They say goodbye to Gizzy. They find their way back through the woods, past Gonk, out past where the boomwhackers were. They can still see those creatures munching their way through the grass. and in daytime it looks almost like they've been hoovering the grass up. And they head back to that parchment, back through the parchment, finding themselves back in their boat. And on their boat in the morning sun, they sit on a chair at the top of their boat, gently rocking side to side, looking out over the calmest ocean, pondering their experience. They see a little way from the boat some dolphins just swimming past and diving and splashing and having fun. And they head down to the back of the boat and they jump off and go and swim over with those dolphins, feeling a deeper connection with the life around here now. Following those dolphins as they dive down deep through a school of sardines, like thousands of tiny mirrors flitting under the sea, resting on their back on the surface of the water, gently being lifted up and down as each wave rolled so gently past, spreading their body out to feel that deep connection with the surface of the ocean, the tension of the water, a connection with what was below and what's above and everything around them. Spending the day almost in a daze, lost in thought, with deep curiosity about the experience and how things will be different from here. And at the end of the day, they know that for the next couple of days they'll be slowly travelling back to the shore and then heading home. So for now, they head to bed. They relax down in bed, thinking of their next encounter with Gizzy, potential adventures and discoveries they're going to make as they perhaps explore strange new worlds. Finding themselves drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into slumberland.